like a 3, 2, 1. Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Michael Destro Designs. We're live from Viper Den Studios. Joining me this week is our guest, author Rain. If
How you
you
doing?
most likely saw him recently over on Destro's My Spirit Animal, I was there as well. If you're wondering, I'm not trying to pilfer those guests, right? Because I have you on. The other Mark from Walter's World was on, and then he like the next week he came on my show. I'm not just there to steal the guests. I just thought I had a great. The times I had with you two were exceptional, so I wanted you both on. But also the same with the two guys that were just on from Toy Domination. They were great. If you saw that on Monday, man, I was the one guy has me laughing pretty fucking hard. So yeah.
No,
Well,
man,
so
the more I can get out there and get the book seen and get people to notice it, that's great.
nice. That's what's up. Well, listen, I am going to get into it with y'all. I'm going to tell you guys more what I thought. I have gotten into. So there's two books. It's G.I. Joe Protocol and Dreadnoks Rising, and I read a very little bit of each. I surprisingly read even more than I intended to, because generally what happens is when I'm sitting down and I'm reading, I fall right to sleep. I'm at that age where if I'm sitting down stationary for more than 10 minutes, the chances of me falling asleep skyrocket. The graph on that is just like, they call that hockey stick data, right? Where it's just as soon as I sit down, I can fall asleep. But anyway, I went through, I spent a bit of time with G.I. Joe Protocol, and my initial thing was, holy shit, this is great. Like, when I try to think about, it's what do you compare it with? There's nothing really, not much modern other than the 2008 they came out with Rise of Cobra, and then it was Retaliation. So you've got that to, and I don't think anybody really enjoys those. Some people can get through it simply because it's G.I. Joe. I felt like there was a really good, I'm going to wait before I get into it, or I won't stop.
But you do your thing, and then we'll get into it.
For sure. Yeah, my initial reaction was, I was like, wow, this is fucking fantastic. So, speaking of all of this as it was, there was great news I'm sorry. I don't know if we can really judge what it is yet, but I want to say decent news. So just before we started here, actually, you know what? Let me say to everybody in the chat before I get into this. Happy Plague Doctor in the house. First this week, my brother. Appreciate it. For y'all watching, and I know because everybody just about here is members of our community there on Twitter, that is Ron to the Hills, who has basically been a rather new member of our community over there, and I'm so happy that we have him because and speaking of which, he says you need to boost that mic. Give it a shot. I know I had that issue too, but man, I was certain that it was my end of things. I don't know. Ron, tell me. Let me know if that's better, Ron. Just another jerk in the house. I like Rise of Cobra. Hey, listen, I can watch them, right? I can definitely watch them. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, for sure. I can't go as far as to say that I like them necessarily, but I can understand how you do, because it's not like if you took the fact that it was G.I. Joe out of it and just made those characters, because it's all so crazy. I mean, what's his name does look a little bit like Duke, right? I mean, that's not really that far off, but like the whole thing just, I don't know, that wasn't for me. But yeah, Happy Plague Doctor, Ron of the Hills in the house. Big Red, my brother. We're going to get this party started. You know it. Absolutely. Just another jerk. Happy you made it, my dude, for sure. Matt from Mo's Mind. If one of the things I'll be showing some stuff later is right here, Rich. It's the Atlas. That is Matt from Mo's Mind made that magnificent beast I like to refer to it as, because that shit is awesome. Nice. Yeah.
Cool.
It's the coolest thing I own, for sure, as far as collecting. It's fucking awesome. Just another jerk. I tried to watch Retaliation but fell asleep twice. See, now I was actually just saying that I literally can't judge something of whether I fall asleep or not, because it doesn't matter what it is. It could be the most riveting thing I've ever seen in my life, and I will fall right the fuck asleep if I sit down for too long. But same. Retaliation was, both those movies, they have their moments, right? I guess if you're just trying to watch it and just like for something to watch, neither of them are that bad. If you want to sit down and be fucking really like driven by something, I'm not sure those are the ones.
Retaliation's much better than Rise of Cobra, and Snake Eyes is it's one of those movies that you can say you watched it just to say you watched it if you're a Joe fan. But Resolute is still so far the best one so far.
100%.
I take that back. Renegades is better, because I was watching. I actually watched Retaliation today, And there's
Okay.
a few
Okay.
things that you forget because the nostalgia of it, unless you go back and watch
Sure.
it,
Right. Right.
you know, the device that they used, the big static electricity thing from the stratosphere that they used as, their Death Star laser.
Yep. Yep.
It's
Yep.
a little much. There's things that they tried to clean up from the original cartoons and stuff, which it's okay. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that I don't like it. I'm just saying there's a
Hmm.
few little elements in it that are a little much. But then again,
Sure.
that's the way
Sure.
it is with any of the GI Joe, and
For
it's
sure.
supposed to
For
be.
sure. Well, I think that may be indicative almost of how they literally made their figures, right? They brought them all really to awesome, and then some of them just a little too much,
Yeah,
whether it was a color or the extra, the Sonic fighters with the big goofy ass backpacks, shit like
yeah.
that for sure. But Happy Plague Doctor says, I need to watch the Pyramid of Darkness tomorrow morning. Yes, you do. So I didn't do, usually every morning I try to do a nice good morning post for everybody, and I'll post like a good whatever 7-minute clip where it's the beginning of GI Joe to the first commercial, right? So you see the entrance music, they play a little something, and then you get to see GI Joe will return in a minute, that kind of thing, and then that's usually where I stop it. I like doing it. It sets me off in the day where I'm getting to watch this GI Joe shit. I put the post out, people like it, and where I'm at right now is the towards the tail end of Pyramid of Darkness. It's fantastic. I think it gets not mentioned almost in the same way as Arise, Serpentor Arise, or the Mass Device, which are also, those are like my favorite. But Pyramid of Darkness is literally as good, if not better, than Mass Device, and like just on the heels of Arise, Serpentor Arise, for me anyway, right? I think the love for Arise comes from, I had the videotape. I'm pretty sure I had a VHS tape when I was young, and we didn't have GI Joe during the week. It was largely, it might have been like Thursdays after football. I remember kind of watching it as I got a little bit older, but then Saturday mornings, and that was it. So when you had that VHS tape, I just watched Arise like all the time, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I was, if I had the TV on, that fucking videotape was playing. So,
yeah.
but yeah,
We had GI Joe every Wednesday or every weekday at 3:30 p.m. So it's like you
mm,
get home from
nice.
school, and there it was. Rise of Panther Rise is good. I think it gets the most credit because it introduces Serpentor, which everybody loves. Everybody loves Sergeant Slaughter, and it sets up,
Beachhead,
Beachhead,
all
it
them.
becomes a
Yep.
big part of it, And I think it gets more acclaim just because it was further along and more people were watching it at that point.
Right,
You
right,
know,
right.
Pyramid of Darkness is fantastic. I love it. Matter of fact, within Protocol GI Joe, I actually named a song from Rock and Roll's band. Is
Oh
their hit
shit.
song is
Okay.
Pyramid of Darkness.
That's fantastic, dude. That's a deep cut that I think just about everybody that's here watching the show right now will appreciate that sort of shit. So that's what kind of stuff is in these books, y'all. Remember that. Hello guys, I'm from North Carolina. First time looking in. Billy Sellers 72. Welcome, my dude. Glad you could make it. I hope you enjoy the
Welcome.
show. That's for sure, for sure. Giant man size thing has made it here. Thank you, sir, for coming. Appreciate it. Just another jerk says Snake Eyes is great if you don't know anything about the characters. I mean, I think that you could say that about all of that, right? Rise of Cobra, Retaliation. If they just said it was called something else and just put other names on them, I'd be like, that's some cool shit. Look at it. An action movie like that coming along later in life doesn't hit the same way because, G.I. Joe is when you were a kid. So there's no second thinking that. You're just like, you immediately go to it as opposed to like a whole new action movie kind of genre that's not necessarily for adults. That'd be hard to steer people into, right? I think. But anyway, I think if you watched it, I think it would be good.
My biggest problem with Snake Eyes is that the way it's written, they actually flip Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow as far as their personalities and their character traits and things like that.
Mm.
Where you get, trust me, I have no problem with the casting choices. I think they were good. I just think that the way that they wrote Snake Eyes more as if he were Storm Shadow, and Storm Shadow more if he was Snake Eyes. And
Interesting.
because Snake Eyes does a lot more things in there that are reminiscent of how Storm Shadow would.
Mm.
He's more violent. He breaks his traditions and things a lot more. He's got more of a attitude than Storm Shadow does. Storm Shadow is more of the Zen character in that. Whereas
Right.
that's what Snake Eyes is. Snake Eyes is more Zen. You never see him lose control. And no matter what he's doing, whether he's a commando, where he's an assassin, or he's a ninja, he never loses control. He's always in control of what he's doing. And in Snake Eyes, you see him lose control a lot. Whereas you see Tommy is very, very Zen, very, he knows what he's going to do and he does it.
Right. Nice. That's great insight, because I have to agree with you there, especially the contrast with like the movie that it says. Billy Sellers says, I used to love G.I. Joe. He loves Cobra. Well, you found the right spot then, my dude, because you're going to get a heavy dose of that right now. Just another jerk says, it's not just me. They did the Spidey Deadpool dynamic wrong. Right. Yeah. Okay. That's another way too. Blade Doctor says Snake Eyes could destroy the sun and people would still simp for him. There's nothing, no falseness in that statement, I think.
No, and see, and that was one of the things I had an issue with Resolute about, was because Snake Eyes goes in, when he first goes to meet up with Storm Shadow, he goes in there and just wipes out this whole Cobra patrol.
Whole island full of people.
Right. And then when he goes to Springfield, when they have Duke and Flint and Lady or Scarlet pinned down in the plane, there's like 4 or 5 HISS tanks. There's a whole battalion of troopers there, and all of a sudden Snake Eyes shows up and just wipes out everybody, and you see the HISS tanks destroyed. It's
like what?
Okay, if Snake Eyes can do this, then you don't need to have the rest of the G.I. Joe team. You just send him in, and and that's a problem where you get like, there was a lot of video game-esque qualities to Resolute. It's like everybody, all the Star Wars fans love the video game, Jedi. Unleashed. Unleashed.
Yeah, right. Yep.
And Star Killer. They love that character because he's so powerful, but he's too powerful to be within regular canon. Because within the game, you have to build him up, and you have to keep, getting his attributes and his experience points up higher and higher and higher to do what they want him to do in the game. But you can't have that character within the real universe, or he just can wipe out everybody, and there's no need for anything to go on.
Right, you have a Jedi. No any stories. You have a Jedi on Earth, like that's yeah, for sure.
Kind of what it is in Resolute.
Well, for that particular instance, and with the way I kind of always looked at it, it was just like, when they have Scarlet and Duke pinned down like that, and then it was like, oh, did you just use Scarlet and Duke as bait to get this whole army here so Snake Eyes could just come up from behind them and wipe everybody out? Because that's what it looks like to me. You tied them to the stake, and we're just like, all right, go get them. They're over there. The leader and the chick, they're over there.
I want to see Snake Eyes used as a commando. I wanted to see him lead a team. Like put him in charge of night. In front of Night Force, right?
Yes.
So he has to use signals and call. And he has to use sign language to communicate with his team, because you can't use communications.
But that's amazing.
Him to lead the team. And take him in and do the mission. Just let him lead it as a commando, not as a ninja. That's what I want to see him do one time.
So, my brother, let me tell you, and this is why we get along so well. So, I love Night Force, but what I like even more than Night Force is putting together a sub-team of Night Force. That's Beachhead, the Night Force Beachhead, the Night Force Shockwave. I have 3 Wolf Spiders, and they're nice. That's considered a Strike Team Fangbuster. But what I want and what it needs desperately is a Super Commando Snake Eyes, and I got one of these Monster Force to do it. So I'm going to have a Commando Snake Eyes head on this bitch right here, and he's going to lead Strike Team Fangbuster. So we are literally like in sync as could be on that right there. Because, look, I love... And I think there's a lot of people, I think this is kind of, I don't want to say the consensus, but sort of, that people like to kind of lean to the commando aspect of him a little more, right? Like, he came up at...
use much.
It's definitely not enough, right? Like it's great that they, like in Resolute, he had the goggles, but he killed everybody with a sword, Like if there was one thing that I did kind of like, I guess it's kind of like a sliver, but it was cool in Retaliation, where Storm Shadow was throwing the stars, and he's got his those what are they, MP7s or whatever, and he's like, brah, brah, brah. I thought that was cool. That's showing an aspect of he's using his ninja skills with a commando weapon to fight this fight, and I said that's what works. I want him to definitely look like a commando. That's why I love the version 4 so much, because he's got that vest with all the pockets and shit. Have you ever seen what is it? Is it I can't remember the name of the company. I think it's 3-0 is the toy company. They make 12-inch figures, and they make a version 4 Snake Eyes that I'm going to start putting a separate money aside so I can eventually get this. I don't plan, everything I have is classified or classified scale, right? That's where it's at. But dude, this thing, if you got a computer in front of you, you could pull it up. Like, again, something I would probably have. I've been talking about this figure so much lately that I would probably have the picture queued up because I knew it would come up. It is unbelievable. So it takes all the best aspects of version 4 and makes them better, right? So the vest that they have, instead of it just being the gray, the vest is all black. It's got literal cloth pockets, buttons. That's how you can tell that they're the pockets, because it's got the buttons on it. He still has those 2 swords, but when you look at him, he is 100% a commando, and it looks amazing. My brother, yeah, go ahead.
Renegades, the version of him in Renegades is one of my favorites because he's in green cargo military pants with military boots with the black top and the gear on top. And he acts more of a commando in that show than he does anywhere else, other than some of the stuff that Hama's done.
Yes, yes.
Like the silent issue of G.I. Joe is probably one of the best comic book issues ever written. In comics, period.
Right. Agreed. You could make Larry Hama the GOAT based on one thing, that he took a character that does not speak and made him the most popular action figure of all time. Like, as much as version 2 Snake Eyes, the figure looks cool, it's everything put together that led to that figure being the GOAT. In my opinion, it's the best action figure ever is version 2 Snake Eyes. Personally, I really love version 1 as well, but when you get down to brass tacks, you have to go with version 2. We got Bada Boom 118 Cobra in the house. What's going on? Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Where do you find us? I always like to ask where people, whether it's in the feed or people see it. I try to put stuff on Instagram and everything. I was crazy busy today, so I didn't get to do a last minute push of some stuff. But Bada Boom 118 Cobra, welcome in. Oh, my brother Stu for Lunch is here. Good evening to all the fine humans and any bots. Hey, listen, bots are welcome. Views are views. Stopping by during a break at work. Well, thank you for spending your time with us, Stu. We really appreciate it. Nice. I know Stu from over my boys from Figure Fight Club. That's a podcast that you can find right on YouTube. Abby, Lou, and Talib is a great crew of guys, very community orientated. They have on Tuesday nights, they have a nice open mic show where everybody, when you go to watch the show, the link is in the comments, so they can put about 10 people out at once. We all show off the stuff or grab stuff we got, and then Abby throws out some kind of a question, and we all talk about it. It's fantastic. If anybody here is unaware of Figure Fight Club, make sure you go over, you find them, put that notification on, and they do a bunch of shows. Tuesday, Friday, the Decepticast is Monday night, and then I want to feel like there was something else. They also just launched a new community over on Facebook, so if you're over there, take a look. Again, that's where I met my brother Stu for lunch. Thanks for joining us, my man. I appreciate it. And let me just make sure we didn't miss anybody else. Oh, my brother Paul Morales is in the house. Thanks for coming. Our brother Paul from at the Toy Chamber very generously sent me this wonderful Mezco Destro, which I look at every single day. I'm not kidding. The only thing I swear, the only thing that I look at more than this is the Hiss tank and the Atlas. Like, forget it. And and I got a whole box of recently got Sister the Arsenal stuff that I'm actually in love. Oh, speak of the devil. There he is. Chris, what's up, my brother? Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. I'm in love with all the new stuff. I know I said it the other day in that message, but that if anybody didn't see it, Chris is dropping some new stuff. It's like an upgrade, not an upgrade, some new additions to these very popular mission crates. A couple different styles completely. The ones with the little hinges now. He's also just dropped a whole bunch of some like the new safety set where you can get these little pylons or ballards, like the little yellow like safety thing that would be like the concrete post, and you can get the the orange safety cones, and the clipboard. The clipboard is turbo, right? So I'll talk more about that stuff later. Chris, welcome in, my brother. Stu for Lunch says, love to give some attention to good vibes people. Yeah, you know, my dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I hope the rest of your shift goes easy. At least I'm assuming you're halfway through. You know, most people take lunch halfway through, but whatever it is, I hope it goes nice and easy for you. Best theme song contender. Well, since we're talking about that right quick, I'd like to shout out to Serpentor's Lair, who, if you're paying attention out there, I've got articles that I've been dropping on Tuesday and Thursday for a couple weeks now. I'm very proud of that stuff. I feel like I'm still shaking off a lot of the rust. I feel like the first article was super easy. It was just me talking about what happened the last year. And then the very last article that I just wrote it's a two-parter that basically revolves around the idea that the first 15 minutes of the G.I. Joe movie are as good as anything I've ever seen. Meaning, like, the song that it brings you into it, right into that scene where Pythona penetrates the Terrordrome. Like when you see the Terrordrome up close, the trouble bubbles come flying by with the searchlights and the music that's playing, and all the way into when Serpentor and the boys are totally roasting Cobra Commander, you know, like that initial part right into there. I think a lot of this really has to do with the song itself, and then just the striking visuals, because at the time when you were a kid, that there weren't other cartoons that looked like that. Not at all. Like that, I mean, while still decent, I don't think there was ones. I can remember watching G.I. Joe, and even as a kid being like, because, you know, as a kid you just consume everything and you love it. I remember thinking, this is so much better than everything else, and it's not even fucking close. So yeah, that's what the new article kind of revolved around. So make sure you are, and listen, there are a bunch of very talented writers over there. Don't just go there for me. There's all kinds of stuff that they have up there. Every article. That's what led me to reaching out to them to say, hey, can I write something for you guys? Because this is awesome. I want to get in on this action. And it turned into me, you know, dropping 2 articles a week for them. So Tuesday and Friday, make sure you're watching. My stuff's out there. Thank you to everybody that supports. And remember, you know, the only thing I really care that you share of mine is when I drop like these articles, the podcast, or my finished work, right? Most of the time I'm just reposting other people's shit, talking shit, you know, no big deal. But yeah, I appreciate any of the shares on that, and all the support that everybody's given so far is much, much appreciated. All right, so Tuesday, Friday, Serpentor's Lair. Make sure you're paying attention. You're following, because you got to go to the website. That's where they drop it first, or you'll just see it on their really awesome social media accounts that they have. They are on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So keep an eye out for that for sure.
Well, you should also tell them it's not just G.I. Joe. They have Star Wars. They have Marvel. You know, they have all kinds of pop culture on there other than just G.I. Joe. So if you're interested in other things as well.
You know, that's a very good point. Yeah, they are. I think the slogan is a nostalgia machine taking you back to the 80s. So that is one of the things that I think is super cool about the Twitter account, is they're always posting just pictures of shit from the 80s, and it's awesome, right? Because anything you see, like the other day there was, I'm not going to remember the name of the toy, but it was just this toy line that was out for briefly, like it was literally out for like a year or two, and it was goofy, and I had, you know, that shit was memory hold a long time ago. I hadn't thought about that in forever, but then there's the picture of it. First time I've seen it in probably 40 fucking years. I'll have to go back and look, because I can remember a Giant Man Size Thing says, what shirt are you wearing tonight? I know I oftentimes have the Stevie Z blueprint shirts. I have a bunch of those, and then various other ones. This right here is my brother Chris from the Full Force podcast, which I'm sure everybody here already knows about. I don't think I need to tell you anything about that guy, but if you are not following me here on YouTube or any of the social medias, I believe he's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. He's on all of those. Make sure you're following him. He drops all the news, right? I think we all know like what's happening most of the time with that from that guy. You know, he's definitely one. I mean, he drops like this time of year where there's stuff happening. He comes on live like multiple times during the week, does a Saturday, Sunday show. Just fantastic. So make sure you're following him. For some reason, you don't know, you've never seen it before. Make sure you get over there and follow him too. He's the first one that I really saw. Him and Mark, it was the same day. I don't remember which one came first. I just know that for like 2 days in a row, when I first got onto Twitter and was like, oh, I have these GI Joes now. What is everybody doing with these things, right? And the first, I was like, oh, there's got to be podcasts. And the first 3 podcasts I saw were people acting like absolute jerk-offs. And I was like, this can't be it. This can't be it. No, there's got to be good stuff out there. And my brother, Jeremy Kimberlin, he's one of the first people I became friends with. Like, it was on Twitter and Facebook, I think. But he's got that awesome group, The Pit, which if you're not in that, Rich, you definitely want to be over there. If you have a Facebook, it's The Pit, a G.I. Joe group. It's fantastic. It's awesome people. You find out Jeremy's very much in the know as well. I've gotten plenty of stuff from like him dropping hey, everybody, right now, this is back up on Pulse for some reason, or, whatever. And on top of it all, he's a solid motherfucker and one of my favorite people. He's awesome. So make sure you are watching, or you are over into that group for sure. Can't recommend enough. But yeah, so this is oh, for sure. You can't go wrong. They also have awesome raffles where like it'll be like, here's what the raffle is for, and it's this much dollars a ticket, right? And then Jeremy does like a elimination style all the way down to the end. So far, I won in the very beginning, like when I first joined the group, I won a Python Patrol lot. It was like, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 figures, 2 Trouble Bubbles, something like that. Really bolstered my Python Patrol. And just recently I won, it was a Claw and a set of Valkyries. Couldn't believe it. So I'm actually thinking about trying to trade those for a couple different things, but we'll see.
The Valkyries are amazing. I think I have 6 of them now. So I made a whole fire team. So
right,
yeah.
Right. That's what's up.
I have one in the yellow. I kept only one in the yellow. I used the other yellow that I had, the other yellow harness. I used that for misconduct. So I dyed it red.
Yes.
So this figure right here is from the book. This is Cobra Commander's right hand. Dude, she is in charge. She leads the Valkyries. So yeah,
dude,
she's
awesome.
Pretty badass. And she has her own jetpack too. So,
nice. Yeah. Now I feel like is that a character you made up, or is she's in the comics as well?
That is my character I created.
That's what I thought. That's fucking awesome, dude. That is fucking awesome. I can't tell you all enough how awesome that book is.
Is in the book. This is the new Doc. So this is This is Doc's daughter after he passes away, we'll just say.
Okay. Yep.
I won't give you too much. This is another original character I created. This is Spirit's daughter.
Okay. Fuck, that looks great.
She uses the code name Freedom. So in honor of Spirit's bird or eagle.
That's fucking great. That's awesome. Very fitting.
She's gonna fall.
That's fucking great.
So Ashquia is she isn't a Joe yet, but she has some very special skills that lead her to become a Joe. She helps out quite a bit in the book.
Nice. That's awesome. Off the top of your head, how many different characters do you think you mention or reference? Or sorry, I didn't put that in the list of questions. I don't know, just even a ballpark, a good guess. Because I mean, I feel like
G.I. Joe or Cobra or both.
Both, either or.
There may be 50 to 75 at least.
That's fucking awesome. And I think anybody that's a true G.I. Joe fan will appreciate that, because one of the strengths of the line is that it's so vast. And that's why one of the crazy things, but before I launch into that tirade, the Happy Plague Doctor says, you didn't just see a character, you saw your friends. I agree with that. I think that right in those formative years, there was definitely a way that you looked at, because I'm sure like everybody thought they were, you imagined yourself as one of these people. For me, it was Beachhead. It was Beachhead, and then once Shockwave the figure came around, I was just obsessed with that figure. But anyway, yeah, I agree. That's a good shout. Happy Plague Doctor. And he says, I live by a farm store. They have these really oh shit, I have the little money symbol in the way. I have these really blank scale animals. Dr. Mindbetter has a pet pig. Oh, well, hey, who better to experiment on than if you got a nice pig or something like that? Nice. Billy Sellers greeting from Charlotte. Nice. Yeah. Billy Sellers said that he's from over somewhere in North Carolina. That's nice of you, Chris, to welcome him in the same state.
Very cool.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I want to shout out real quick. Big Bad Toy Store. If anybody wasn't following along earlier, before I forget to mention this because I was really shocked. Basically, I bought this Monster Force figure that I was talking about a minute ago. Right, I'm going to put the Snake Eyes head on this one. It came. I was in love, and the fucking the rifle that it came with was snapped. The end of it was broke off, and so of course I wasn't that worried. I'm like, oh, I'm sure they'll just send me a new one, right? Just send me the little rifle, would be fine. They refunded me the entire cost of the thing. They're like, you don't have to send the other one back either. And I was like, oh, that's nice. So I bought another Monster Force figure. I mean, why not, right? It was when I bought the first one. This was the other one that I wanted to get. So there it is. So this one is in the house too. I don't know. I might open that a little bit later just to get a better look. So yeah,
they have some really good ones. I have the generals that they made, the ones that are in their dress uniforms from Big Bad. I think it might be Monster Force. They have like 3 or 4 different lines like that. I got the hooded figure that they have. I think his name's a client or something. He's got the blue suit, and it's got basically the hooded Cobra Commander figure, hood that comes with it. But the cool thing about the suit is you can take the suit and use it for one of the Crimson Brothers or the Crimson Twins. So the Paoli's can actually be in their suits instead of just in their Cobra gear.
Nice.
But yeah, they have some nice figures though.
That's what's up. I love it. I'm super interested to see where it goes in protocol with the twins, because it's the way that you set it up in the beginning there is amazing. Oh shit, my brother CG Horror in the house. Another person that one of the first people I met, became super good friends with, Rich, actually hooked me up with all the information on how to get a printer. So like I was like, I know I wanted to print. Like I was like, I'm spending all this money on these little pieces of things. I was like, can't I just figure this out? So I had no idea what to do though. I'm not great with computers. I put it out on the timeline and was like, oh hey, anybody point me in a direction. What kind of printer should I buy? I don't know what's good, what's not good. And so CG Horror DM'd me and basically was like, just tell me what you want to make and I'll tell you what you want to get. Set me up with the most perfect setup. I got it's the Lego Mars 5. And if anybody out there is on the fence about getting one or not, dude, if I can make it work like that, it has to be the most simplest thing in the planet. Because when it comes to listen, I'll build a whole house and put everything in it. But when it comes to when a computer doesn't do what it's supposed to do, I have no idea what to do with that. So it has been it has been offline for like 3 months. I just had to change the print screen and I was like, I don't feel like doing it. And it's one of those things that just kept moving further to the back burner. But I came around to it today. I was on a phone call. Castle Destro communicating with TV Cobra a little bit earlier. And when we were doing that, I actually was like, you know what? I can double time this and get this. That's how busy I am. I have to do 2 things at once in order to get it all done. But no, it worked out good.
I have a Mars Pro 3 because I do a lot of customizing with Star Wars figures, the Black Series and some of the classified, making a bunch of weapons and stuff. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, then you'll appreciate this. So my brother CG had printed a bunch of things that he was so generously sent my way. This is the Night Raven, the drone. Very cool. And I got another one handy. I'll show you real quick because it's really, really awesome. That is the Devilfish. Much needed in the classified line. I don't know why it's taken so long, but anyways, I got this one and I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's fucking awesome. He also made a mountain cannon and an armadillo. The armadillo. And I absolutely love them all. So thank you again, CG. I appreciate it. Very happy to see you in the chat. Definitely. He says a Lego makes a great budget and user-friendly 3D printer. 100%. Yeah, if anybody's interested, make sure you get on that. I ended up grabbing that resin printer. Should be able to start playing with it next week. Excellent. So Matt from Mo's Mind, if anybody remembers, a while back, I had started saying, I was like, Matt from Mo's Mind is fine-tuning something that is going to blow everybody's fucking mind. And I was right. I know everybody would admit that the Oracle is mind-blowing. Rich, if you hadn't seen any of the posts I did about it, so this is what he made. Those. Yes. Oh, good. Thank you. So this is fucking amazing, and that what was coming down the pipe. So I'm pretty sure if you want to trust when I say to you that he is working on a whole other thing right now, and that everybody is going to be fucking blown away by it. It's really something that there's like only one other company that does this kind of stuff, and they do it. I think Matt is going to do it even better. So I can't say no more than that. I'm just glad to hear that you've got that printer, and so things are definitely moving in that direction.
So
That's fucking awesome.
what I'd love to see is so Star Wars with the Black Series. There's a group that put together a Google Doc that has all kinds of files that are 3D printables that you can go to. That they're either from like Thingiverse or 3D prints or whatever, all the different sites that have them, and then they also download or uploaded files that you can download there. I want to see the GI Joe community put together the same type of Google Doc that the community can go to, and we can download the files. So we can do bivouacs, we can do backdrops, we can do all the little pieces that they used to do for GI Joe. Those little kits that you could get that were like diorama type things. We could have that as a community where you can also have the weapons and different things that Hasbro's not producing, at least yet, that we can have as a community that would be easy to go to, that you can go download it, or if you want to make it like a Patreon or something where you'll be a part of it. I've seen those out there, but to do something where everything is all inclusive that we can go to get those files would be a great thing for GI Joe.
Let's just say that I am working on something that might be just like that, and I think having that particular type of resource added to everything else that I'm thinking of, I think that's a fantastic idea. I mean, because in the end, it is all about sharing, helping each other, this and that. So I think, I mean, it is the greatest thing about the whole community is that, yeah, sure, I love sharing the photos and I love doing all this other stuff, but the brotherhood, the friends that I've made in the past year is just, it's ridiculous. I mean, I have an enormous group of friends that I grew up with, like 2 different groups of people. I have tons of these friends that live here, but either half of them are crazy, some of them never grew up. And, this like, and I think it's one of those things where you can't share the experience of loving G.I. Joe unless, this is one of the articles that I wrote recently too for Serpentor Slayer. It was like, I think I referenced the Mobb Deep song, and it's, there ain't no such things as halfway crooks, meaning like, you're not over in this community because you like G.I. Joe a little. Most of us, I think damn near all of us, are obsessed to a certain degree, right? Where it's not just, we don't just like, oh, I've got 2, 3 and 3/4 figures, and every once in a while I'll check in on the G.I. Joe movie. These are people who are reading the comics. We're still watching Sunbow. We've got a ton of these different figures, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. Anybody can enjoy the experience to whatever level they want, but tendencies tend to be that these people that we wind up really the camaraderie is based on, we view everything through the lens of like absolutely loving G.I. Joe. You know what I mean? And I think that's pretty cool. It's it's like an unspoken thing. Like you can't, that you don't want to, you have to know, in order to be open with how much you love these toys, it really helps to know that the other person is already feeling that same way, right? Because we are all in our 40s and shit, so it's fucking great. Gus Felder in the house, thank you for coming through, my brother. Paul Morales says, great interview with Lonzo. Gus Felder. Gus Felder, where can we find you interviewing people, my brother? I feel like I should know this, but throw it right out here in the chat so we can all enjoy what it is that you're doing, please. If anybody ever has anything that they want to promote, please put it in the comments. Don't hesitate. Use that as a way to promote yourself, promote other people that you know. 100%. I mean, that's what I do up here. I'm constantly talking about Matt and Mo's Mind and his stuff. Chris from Sister the Arsenal. I usually do a section at the end of the show where I kind of talk about them, because the shit is just amazing and everybody should know about it. So for sure, anybody got something you want to promote, go ahead. Big Red says pigs are very similar to humans. Makes sense, mind been having pigs. Yeah, for sure. Our boy Ron to the Hills got himself some 1/12 scale animals, so that's fantastic. Very, very good.
Dude, Mind Bender would have his whole menagerie. I mean,
oh my god,
he's going to have animals so he's going to experiment on them. So yeah, of course he's going to have a pig.
Right, for sure, for sure. So we just took a long, winding road of 40 minutes to get back to where we started talking about the movie news from today. so, so circling back, basically, it had come up because when the movie was announced, it was first kind of said that they were going to have Max Landis write something, Danny McBride write something, and then potentially merge them together, right? Or that's just what we heard. Who knows what the fuck they were going to do, but that's what they said. And instantly, everybody had a lot to say about the type of person Max Landis is, and that maybe he's probably not a good fit. People are worried about, Jenny McBride because he's a comedian, so to speak, and this and that and the other thing. My brother from Walter's World, Mark, Yojo Reviews, he had brought up a good point where he was like, well, look at Key and Peele. They were comedians, and look at how good that one dude's horror movies are. Like, those are pretty good. So I went, okay, that's that. There's hope. There's hope. But anyways, the Max Landis thing, him being what he is, but then also coupled with the fact that they're talking about merging two scripts. What the fuck? I mean, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but that doesn't sound like a wise thing to do. That just sounds like chaos. Then you have a director wanting to put his spin on this. But anyways, so the news that came out today is Paramount passes on G.I. Joe treatment from Max Landis. Now, what gives me hope right off the bat, regardless of what it was, is that they're saying no to things, right? So there's some kind of, they have an idea of what they want to do, right? They're not just like being, persuaded by dumb shit, like apparently he wanted to do. So Landis, son of Trading Places director.
Remember, Paramount is about ready to merge with Warner Brothers. So there's going to be a lot of things that are being put on hold or that are not sure about, especially if the properties haven't been successful. So there's a lot of backstage stuff because I'm out here in LA, so and I'm in the entertainment business. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
But
okay. Yeah.
There's a lot of backstage stuff that is not privy to people yet.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things there's a lot of balls in the air that no one knows what's going to happen right now with the Paramount and Warner Brothers. I shouldn't say merger. Paramount's buying Warner Brothers, and it's going to cause a lot of problems. It could cause a lot of problems. Let's say that.
Yeah, for sure.
But there's a lot of things. Right now there's issues with writing contracts coming up and SAG contracts coming up where there's a lot of things that are in the air that no one knows what's going to happen. So passing on this is not a bad thing.
Okay.
Especially as a writer, as a screenwriter too. I have some very.
Oops, sorry, my laptop just started playing music. What?
I have some very specific ideas for the G.I. Joe Hasbro universe, but
okay.
I would love to see if I had the chance to be in charge of them, I know where I would start with the whole universe, including G.I. Joe.
All right. Yeah. So basically, what they're saying that he wanted to do, which I got to be honest, the idea that he had is not a terrible idea. It's just not what you want to do right now, right? So what he said was, he said he was grateful for the opportunity, but basically that the idea of his film centered around the franchise's villain Cobra, quote, having successfully taken over the world and reduced G.I. Joe to a conspiracy theory. But apparently it says the big IP development always is, honestly. It just was reported in different ways. So basically that's what he wanted to do, was make a movie where Cobra won the war. And then G.I. and that was so long ago that they've somehow reduced G.I. Joe to a conspiracy theory, which again,
basically
not
retaliation.
Yeah. Yes. Right.
Cobra's in charge. Cobra has the White House, and GI Joe.
Yes. Yes. Branded is
the premise with Renegades. Cobra was a legitimate company, and GI Joe were the villains, or at least in the public eye.
Right.
Which
CG Horror says so.
I will tell you, in Protocol, my book, there is a little bit of that aspect because I paid a little bit of homage to the things that came before it. So there's a little bit of that in there where G.I. Joe needs to rebuild their image. So they have to rely on Starlight Media, which is formerly Starlight Music. And some people who are familiar with Hasbro may know that name from Gem and the Holograms. So there is some crossover aspects within the book, within the whole Hasbro universe, that Jerrica Benton has to come in and help G.I. Joe rebrand their image.
Nice.
Which is kind of what I would do with the movie. If I was going to be in charge of this, I would not start with G.I. Joe as the movie. I would do something similar to what I did with Protocol. Make that that type of movie. But I would start with Gem and the Holograms as my movie for the whole Hasbro universe. And I would hire Taylor Swift as Gem and Jerrica, and have it where she's our, because if you really look at it, I have a daughter. Obviously, you can tell that because I can talk about Taylor Swift. But if you look at it, Taylor Swift is the modern day Gem and the Holograms. When you see her as the business person that she is off stage, she's one person. When she hits that stage, she becomes a whole different person when she's singing, especially if you watched her last tour that she had. She would be the perfect person to embody Gem and the Holograms. What I would do is I would have it based around her and her sister's dynamic of them running a company and having to deal with extensive enterprises trying to buy them out. Then so you get that crossover right there immediately, and you build the whole movie around Jerrica Benton, and the dichotomy that she has of trying to keep the secret of Gem. And what I would do is to tie it in. You hire the holograms to be like Sabrina Carpenter, Olivia Rodrigo, all these other pop stars that are famous, that are also actresses. You do a tour for Gem and the Holograms starring these people. So now you're going to guarantee that you make $1 billion on a movie and make $1 billion tour to set up your whole universe. At the end of Gem and the Holograms, the final scene connects it to G.I. Joe, which is your next movie, where Gem comes in and Jerrica comes in and does the whole thing of rebranding G.I. Joe. So you cross that over. Dude, that's where I would start it, because it's going to immediately get people watching something. You bring somebody like Taylor Swift in, which is going to be what studios would want, because they're immediately going to get a fan base to go see it. You're going to almost guarantee you're going to make $1 billion, because you're going to get all of her fans there and everybody else, and Gem and the Hologram fans. But you don't do it campy like they did with the Gem and the Holograms movie. You take it seriously. You don't do it campy like Barbie. You do a serious, almost like Wolf of the Wall Street type movie.
Yes.
With the Gem, background into it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
You do G.I. Joe the same way. You don't do it where it's, you give Cobra the camp, the campiness in it. They have the over exaggerated weapons. G.I. Joe, you take them more military, a traditional military of what a special forces military would be. And which is honestly what I kind of did, with Protocol.
For sure.
Takes a very, very militaristic, if that's even a word.
No, it's militaristic. I think is definitely a word, right? I'm not pronouncing it right, but that's definitely a word. And that's
approach to it.
It's evident right off the bat. Yes, but I think that's like got to be such an important element, because nobody, like, it's kind of like how there's a reason that Classified is so popular now, because we're too big for them little fuckers. As awesome as those little guys are, I have a bunch of them, right? I've got carded figures. I've been going back and buying all of my my favorites forever. Actually, I was supposed to have Ambush show up in the mail today. I got to go out and check that after the show. Yeah. No, I didn't want to get too lost in the sauce on that, but I figured I could just get like the 12 that I remember having and absolutely loving, because that's what really drove the obsession, right? Was these little figures. And Ambush, I think, was the last guy I got that I was really obsessed with. Like, I loved all of them, but Ambush, Salvo and Ambush were a little bit later. And I have Salvo already. Who do I have? Oh, anyway, there's a like about six,
Yeah,
six,
I
seven,
did the
eight,
same
nine.
thing with the 25th anniversary line. You know,
Oh, right,
I
right.
picked up the ones that I really liked and really cared about, and then some of them, like I saw someone put in there that we need, in the comments that we need a Quinn. You know, I picked up Quinn. Quinn's an amazing figure. I can't wait for Classified to do him. But then I also picked up
100%.
like the
All right, I got to
Big
do it.
Bad Toys or Entertainment Earth. One of the two of them did a pack of the Dreadnoks where they had like 7 or 8 of them together. And
Okay.
that was the first time they introduced Zanya, and they had a bunch of them in that pack, and it was one of the ones I picked up because if you look behind me, you can tell I'm a big Dreadnought fan.
Yeah, I love it back there. It looks awesome.
Thank you. Which that's why I did Dreadnoks Rising, which is another one. That one is a pilot for what I would want it to be as a Paramount Plus show. That would be kind of like Sons of Anarchy.
Nice, nice.
Which I keep knocking on wood. I might have a way to get that made if that's all I'll say with that. Is
Okay. I love it. Dude, I'd love to see you make something.
Look,
welcome in a couple of people.
G.I. Joe is. I want to see more G.I. Joe content. I'd love to see more live action, but I want to see it done right.
100%.
You've seen this with the Marvel movies. They finally they did the camp stuff that didn't work in the 90s. Early 2000s, that the Fox stuff really showed that you could do a serious superhero movie. And then Marvel Studios up the ante when they started making Iron Man and Avengers and all those, that you can take these campy superheroes and do something serious with them, which is what G.I. Joe needs to do. They need to do it where you can do it. You can still have the camp. You can still have the traditional stuff. But there is a way to do it where you can blend the two. And it's just a matter of finding the right people to write it and the studios to just, agree to it. The studios unfortunately like to get in and they put their hands in there and they make decisions that turn into the Green Lantern movie.
Right. Yes. Well, because to them it's just about the money and not about the art. And once they decide that, oh well, we're going to give them a G.I. Joe movie, but we really only have to give them this, right? People are going to limp in based on simply the fact that it's G.I. Joe, and they will bank on that, right? That's why I hope that they like my brother Big Red here says, whatever they end up doing, if anything, I don't have a lot of hope for what comes out. I think most of us feel that way. I try to be positive about it only because fuck it. But that, if you ask me what my true thoughts are, it's, well, we really don't have any evidence whatsoever that that's going to happen. But Ron to the hills.
There's nothing out there right now that there's nothing going on at Paramount as far as I've heard that with G.I. Joe, even Transformers is right now everything's kind of on the back burner of Hasbro properties. The IPs are all just kind of sitting there because if I remember correctly, Paramount doesn't actually own the IPs. They own the distribution rights for the Hasbro properties.
Okay.
I think it's the One Media, I think, owns the owns the rights for the shows, live action and the animated. But Paramount does have distribution and first look rights.
Okay. Well, hopefully maybe that somehow translates to something good. Well, let me welcome in a couple more people. My brother Call Sign Smash is here. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. What else we got here? Oh, Dreadnought E is in the house. Thank you for coming. My brother Pop. Yeah. My brother Pop Happy Plague Doctor says he loves the way you think too. Everybody in the chat, Happy Plague Doctor is our brother from the Twitter timeline, Ron to the Hills, just so everybody knows. That is the same awesome fucking person. Snow Leopard is here. Rich, let me tell you, Snow Leopard is one of the first people I became friendly with here. Consider him a brother. He is watching us from the other side of the world, and it is like 2:30 right now over there, or it's almost 9. So yeah, it's like a little bit after 3, I think. Crazy.
Oh shit!
Love it.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for coming through. I always appreciate it. Happy Blake Doctor says, make a Taylor Swift movie and backdoor GI Joe movie into it. Yep, that's
There you
it.
go.
That's what he's saying. And hey, and if you start off this whole thing by making $1 billion fucking off of this because it's Taylor Swift involved, now they're playing with house money, right? Like you can do the shit.
And that's exactly it. And then if you put her in, even a small part in the GI Joe movie, which let's say you take my book Protocol GI Joe. If you took that the way it is, she would appear in it and have not a prominent role, but enough of a role where you would get people to go see her. And you're going to guarantee now you're guaranteeing those fans that went to see her in Gem are going to go see GI Joe because she's in it, and because you've tied the two together. Now you're going to start crossing over, and you're going to get the girls that wanted to see Gem. Now dads are going to go, and their dads are going to go. Shit, I remember GI Joe. I remember having these. These were fun. Oh my God, this is not the GI Joe I grew up with. This is something better. This is what I've been wanting. This is Inglorious Bastards mixed with GI Joe. This is This is Saving Private Ryan with GI Joe. This is your war movie, done with GI Joe the way it should be done. It's not the knowing is half. It is the knowing is half the battle, but it's not the PSAs at the end. It's not. Which I can't wait for you to get further into the book because there's so many little things in there that will make you stop and go, holy shit, I can't believe that this is in here or this works in here.
Nice.
Because there's so many, like I said, there's so many deep cuts in there that are little Easter eggs within Easter eggs.
Dude, I can't wait to get further into the book because it as far as the book goes, I can usually have a pretty good, and it's maybe I'm missing out sometimes, but like 3-4 pages. Like what are you hitting me with in that first moment? Are you trying to reel me in, or like are you just? I don't know. I've always kind of felt like that I've tested that theory. Like if I really don't like it, I will continue to read because that's not a lot. But at the end of the day, I get a couple chapters in and I'm like, no, I don't like this. I was right. I knew I wasn't gonna like it, and I was right. And I have to say, I didn't just like your book. I fucking loved it. And I'm not just saying that because you were nice enough to come on to the podcast. I really was like, this is what I want. Like if the movie was based on like the first scene in the movie was exactly like you were saying, I think that because you can't just come in with coming in with like in a movie, like in an action sequence where you don't know anything that's going on, like we do, right? But you still have to make the movie where no, I feel like it was a great way to start it off. I thought it was fucking excellent.
Thank you. And I took real world events. I tried to stay apolitical in this. It's very hard to stay apolitical with anything. But
well, because some people make it about what they want it to be, and no matter what, they just can't fucking get out of the tunnel.
Correct. But I wanted to use real experiences that have happened. So, with the book, I originally came up with the idea when I started when the Ukraine war really first started happening with Russia and Ukraine.
Yep.
And you had the Wagner Group involved, which is a private military group. And then when they decided that they were going to try to storm Moscow, I was like, oh my God, this could easily turn into Cobra. You could take a militant group like that and take these extremist groups from around the world, put them together, and now you have an army that you can train that would be powerful enough to go against some of the major companies, especially if they had somebody like Mars Industries and Extensive Enterprises backing them.
Right. Makes it so plausible.
Right. You take those two GI Joe elements and you put them with a real modern militant group, you could create Cobra very easily.
100%. And in an awesome way, like a fitting and awesome way, for sure. for sure.
So that's where I started with this. That was kind of the basis to get me started on this whole project.
Nice. Gus Felder asks where he can find the books. The books are not openly available yet, but we're hoping soon, right, Rich? Maybe we'll have some kind of news on that soon.
Hopefully within the next couple weeks. I gave you
Yep.
the advanced copy that
Love
is.
it.
Honestly, I'm just kind of waiting to see what you think with it, and then I will probably send it live. And if you'll go
Oh,
to
fuck yeah.
we'll give the links for my Instagram, and there's an Instagram that's specifically for the Protocol GI Joe that you
Fantastic.
can go to, and then you can go to my Instagram, which is up on the screen as we speak. That one
Very good.
will definitely have the link as well for that, and
Definitely.
the other books I have.
Definitely. Well, listen, if that's the case, I have taken today and tomorrow to just because I had a crazy job that I was doing this week. I ripped out a kitchen, whatever. So I kind of took these 2 days here to kind of relax a little bit, which I never do. So I can't believe it. No, I'll barrel through the rest of that tomorrow for sure.
No, trust me. I'm not trying to pressure you into reading it. I'm just,
Oh, no.
I just want to wait and see.
It's a great thing for me to say that's what I'm going to do because I don't stop enough. You know what I mean? I still work like I'm 26 years old and I can't do that. I have to like if I don't slow myself down a little bit in terms of the physical work that I'm doing, my body will stop me. You know what I mean? All this shit that I'm doing, the extra podcasting, the photo shoots, like all that stuff, that's all good for me. It's, when you work like I had to work the last couple of days, I need to take the time. And plus, I'm like slightly arthritic. My shit's starting to get sore. And I find that I will have a more productive week next week if I take some time. Right. So Monday and Tuesday.
I may go ahead and just, put up a pre-order for it on Amazon or something,
Okay.
Before I was waiting. Honestly, what I was waiting for was Hasbro's approval on the IP, which I've been working to try to get. Lenny has a copy of the book. So does Tony. Emily has a copy. I've talked to them about it for the last 3 years at Comic-Con.
That's awesome.
Yeah, which it's funny is because I'm not going to take a credit for it, but one reason we may have a dinosaur in GI Joe may have come from a conversation that I had with Lenny about a character that I had written in the book. I have a character. His name is Paleon, and he's a doctor that uses Mindbender's genetic research to turn himself into part of a dinosaur after he's already used cloning to create his own raptors, which are nearly exactly the same as the one we're getting. Mine are the feathered version of that same raptor.
Sure. Okay.
But
that's what it's called. It's a paleo viper, right?
Yes, he has a paleo viper.
Nice.
Which is interesting. But Tony and Lenny, they talk to hundreds of people when they're at the cons. So if I happen to put a bug in his ear that stayed there, a little worm, kind of same thing with Cold Slither. He and I were talking, 2-3 years ago, and it was after Mindbender and Chuckles were the exclusives, for the con exclusives. I'd mentioned doing deep cuts as the con exclusives, like Cold Slither, and specifically mentioned Cold Slither would be a great one to do because then you could do a companion piece of Snake Eyes and Shipwreck in disguise and the animals in disguise.
Okay.
As a companion piece. But hey, if it like I said, if it put the bug in his ear and he had stayed there and he remembered, at least that, the idea, I'm happy that we got it because I love those Cold Slither figures and the fact that we got a concert. Gus and the guys did a great job doing the concerts, which according to him, they are going to do some more. The Cold Slither is still going to have a few more shows coming up.
Oh, that's great. Listen, they played in New York City, which is, I can get into the city in like 2.5 hours. I was working that week on a job that I could not walk away from and miss Saturday, right? I couldn't show up. I was not going to be done by noon, which is when I'd want to go, right? I wouldn't want to try to get there 20 minutes before the show because God forbid you hit traffic, right? So I would have had to have gone down super early and just I know that's like that could have been the one time, the chance that I wind up having to see him. I was well aware of that. And I had talked to Doc Sewage, and I was like, dude, I really hope that I can get my way in there. I'd love to meet you and see the fucking show. I think it would be awesome. And unfortunately, I remember it was like at like 2:00, and I was like, this is like my last chance. Could I pack up? And I was like, no, I can't. There's issues with, I have to get, sometimes when I rip stuff out of people's house, you just can't say, oh yeah, you don't get to use your bathroom for the weekend because I got to go see Cold Slither. So
no, I got to see him. I got to see him in San Diego, and it was
nice.
Amazing show. The great thing is Gus is a huge G.I. Joe fan. He's a huge Transformers fan. I mean, he's got tattoos, that he's had for years that are G.I. Joe and and he actually wrote all the music and the lyrics for the songs that are on the album, and it's fantastic. I got to meet him and talk to him and the rest of the guys. I happened to come up after they were done signing, and I got him to sign the actual vinyl that I had. I got the red one, and I had him sign the actual vinyl instead of just the cover, which they they thought was weird, but because you can't play the record after you have it. But I was like, no, this is going in a display. I want it on if Cold Slither's going to sign something, they're going to sign the fucking vinyl. They're not going to sign the cover.
Right.
So I got to talk, I got talking to him. I actually gave Gus a copy, another copy of the book, so he has a copy, which is cool to know that he has it, and he had me sign it and everything. But every one of those guys is amazing, and they'll stand there and they'll talk to you for the longest time, and they are very knowledgeable in GI Joe. I mean, they're as big as fans as we are, which is cool.
Yes, right. Yeah. Again, that's that theory that I was talking about. Ain't no such things as halfway crooks, right? Like you have to be. You just have to be. You got to be into it.
Oh yeah. Well, I a lot of times with books and things like that, especially when it's an IP, the publishers or the companies that own the IP will go to writers and say, we like your style. Here's what we want you to write. This happens with Star Wars.
Right.
Lucasfilm does this all the time. They have the writers don't usually have the idea for the thing that they're going to write. They are given a specific synopsis and said, now turn this into a book based on your writing style.
Right.
G.I. Joe, this was a passion project for me. If it never, if Hasbro never, said, hey, okay, do this, or nothing comes about it with Hasbro, it's still a passion project for me that I wanted to do. I wanted to, as a G.I. Joe fan. I mean, everyone, in the stream right now knows, you sit there as a kid and you're playing with your toys. You create your own battles. You create your own stories. I had one that I wanted to put in print.
Nice. Yeah. Right. Well, and you also tell it in a way that I think, not everybody is gifted in that. Like just the same way we can't all paint, we can't all tell a story in a way that is entertaining to other people. Like I'm sure there's plenty of people who have ideas about what would be a great story. They don't know how to articulate it or get it out, which is a shame too. The same thing with somebody that can envision this amazing painting but can't make the strokes on the brush to do it just that way. Real quick, going to say what up to my brother Roadblock. Glad you made it in, my dude, for sure. Did you get the message I sent you the other day? I was having trouble sending them voice messages that I do, and I wasn't sure. There was like 2 people that said they didn't come through. That was in the same day. So let me know if you got that. Also, Rock Lockdown, thank you for coming in. Also, another gentleman who appreciates the Alley Viper for all its glory, as I do. Thank you for coming, my dude. Let's see. I thought I saw another name. Oh, I did not, for sure.
Snow Leopard just asked if Ross got a copy. No, unfortunately, I only had one extra copy with me, and I only printed up like 4 copies of it, and I only had one left at the time, so I got to give it to Gus. I didn't get to give it to Ross, which I did. I talked to Ross for a long time. Matter of fact, he was the one who ended up um, texting Gus to come back so he could sign my vinyl for me, and that's how I
Oh,
got to talk to
nice.
Gus. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's nice.
Ross was
That
really cool too.
sounds. He seems like a very cool guy. I'd love to try to get him on the show one day. I think it would be fucking fantastic. No, and dude, he's like, he turns out an amazing photo every day. I don't
Yeah.
know how he does that. Like, it's, I also am like crazy when I try to take a picture, so I've got to have this, like a giant fucking 3 week build to do a diorama. You know what I mean? So, but he
Yeah.
somehow manages to. He's got a whole diorama. He's got a bunch of figures. I also like how he'll weave movie characters in. So when he was highlighting Ozone, he did a thing where he made like the scene from Ghostbusters where I think it's Venkman is downstairs with the city inspector guy who's looking at the vault, and he's like, "What even is this thing? Like, where is it?" And he had this figure. I can't remember from what. It wasn't from the movie. It was a figure from something else, but it looked like that guy who had like the red-headed beard and the inspector guy. It looked just like that guy.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's when I mean, I had been following him for a while before that, but that's when I realized I was like, "Oh, this is some next level shit he's pumping out every single fucking day." Oh, and on top of it all, is he's on tour right now with Exhumed. Dude, that band fucking rips. And that new album is off the hook. I recommend it to people all the time. I know Snow Leopard appreciates it. I'm not really too sure how much everybody else loves heavy music like that. But dude, that album is fucking awesome. Like, what a
RDM has
talented buck.
a lot of good artists that are on their label that are,
Mm.
if you like heavy metal, then you'll like it. I keep wanting. I hope at some point that the book takes off and we can do Armored Assault, which is from the book, which is
Okay.
Roadblock. It's Roadblock and Heavy Duty, and a couple new characters that I've created are in a British heavy metal band. And excuse me, not Roadblock, or Rock and Roll. I said Roadblock, but I
Okay.
meant Rock and
Oh,
Roll.
okay. Okay.
Sorry,
Yep. Okay. Yep. No doubt. No doubt.
sorry, because
Yeah.
Rock and Roll
No,
is he plays bass in it.
for sure, but it still sounded plausible because Roblox does like the rhyming, and so, I don't know. I think that's totally plausible. Very good, very
No,
good.
no, no. But Roadblock does play a pretty cool part in the book.
Nice. Okay,
Yeah, and then people
that's
that
what's up.
like the special mission forces like Night Force and Tiger Force, Jungle Force, they all make an appearance, and there's I tell you why those type forces have come about. So
Hmm.
yeah.
All important stuff. 100%.
Oh, there's so
Uh,
much stuff. There's some like Nerf. I managed to get Nerf into the book and make sense in it, where it doesn't feel like
nice.
it's just put in there to put it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that tells
Nice.
you how deep the cuts go.
That's awesome. And dude, I felt like when I was reading it, I don't want to ask you to, I don't want to ruin it. So there's a question I wanted to ask you. I'll ask you afterwards about the very beginning of Protocol. I thought one particular thing might have been happening, but I'll ask you offline for sure. But that's so you know. There's a lot that happens to where you wind up, this many years later, writing a GI Joe book. Where did it all start? So, like, how old were you when you found GI Joe, and what did you find? The comic, the cartoon, the figure, all three?
Um, well, I'm going to really date myself.
No, listen,
So
brother, ain't nobody here under 30. You know what I mean? I'm
so the
sorry, under
12 inch
40.
the 12-inch figures would be my first introduction, barely.
Okay,
So I was
okay,
okay. Let's put it this way. I was born in '72, so I was right there at where GI Joe was stopped being Action Force and had completely disappeared because of the Vietnam War, and Star Wars was just starting to come out. So Star Wars, I had a GI Joe when I was little because I had a little sister who had a Barbie, and the only thing comparable with a Barbie was a GI Joe at that time, in 12-inch. So I had at least one. I also had a $6 million man at the time too. So that tells you a lot
Okay.
there.
Nice. Nice.
So when the cartoons came out, and the toy line came out, that was my first introduction of really getting into GI Joe. Star Wars was starting to die down at that time. I had nearly every Star Wars figure that was there, and since that was dying down, it just kind of morphed into GI Joe, especially since the cartoon was on every day. I was what 10, 11, so I was barely into comics at that time. I was more into the cartoons. So the cartoons, the action figures were my major introduction, and then the comics, out of that because it was more GI Joe content. It was, you go to a comic book store and all of a sudden you see GI Joe on the shelves, and it's by Marvel, the same company that's making Spider-Man. You're going, of course I'm going to pick this up. At the time, Star Wars was still was being published by Marvel at the early days, and you're like, of course, I'm getting a Star Wars comic. So yeah,
Nice.
it just was a natural progression into it.
Nice.
And they were military. My dad was in the military. He was in Vietnam, so it was easier for my dad to understand military toys than it was Star Wars toys.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure. And I mean, there was an obvious difference in the detail, right? The articulation, but just like when you were young like that, the freaking detail on those 3 3/4 figures was ridiculous. It was unheard of. Like He-Man.
You had Star Wars figures that had 5 points of articulation. Their arms moved up and down like Barbie dolls. Where now G.I. Joe, you could sit them down and you could pose them like they're actually holding the weapons. And when you're making a battlefield, you can put them in prone positions. You can put them where they're crouched down. You can put a guy, you can put a fire team together where you have one guy standing up, and like the little plastic army men used to be. They had the poses where one of them was in crouch position, one of them was standing, and you put those together, where they're covering each other. You can now cover, you can have your guys covering each other in battle.
Right. Yes, you were able to, and as crazy as it sounds, with that little bit of extra articulation, you were able to tell so much more of a fucking story, right? Like you're saying, like if a guy is sitting down here and standing up, just the basic idea of him being able to sit like that, 100%, I couldn't agree more. I mean, that is, so I do remember, I think, so my mom's youngest brother, when I was born, he was also a teenager-ish. And I do remember he had the 12 inchers, right? He wasn't that much older than my mom, but he had them because I don't know, he was a little older, and for whatever reason, he loved them fuckers. So I remember seeing those, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together until down the line, right? That when I started getting those 3 3/4, I was like, oh wait, this is the same fucking thing that Uncle Steve used to have, which was awesome. It was great.
Yeah.
So that's where I found it for me. I didn't know anything about the comic book really until I had been I think I knew they existed, but so the one place to get comic books, even though I lived in a big area, the only place I ever went to that had comics was this place in downtown, and they did not sell G.I. Joe. I don't know if I think it was like an anti-war thing, even though, I mean, this was a comic guy. He owned a store down there for years, and if I remember correctly, he never had G.I. Joe. I remember going in there because, I used to collect Punisher. I liked Wolverine. I liked Spider-Man. So I used to get other comics. Actually, I was really into Deadpool. When I first discovered Deadpool, he was like my favorite because to me it was Snake Eyes with a loud mouth. Like that's it was that's all it was. So I thought that was great. But anyway, the only time I would wind
up. The story of how G.I. Joe comic books started, don't you?
I feel like I've heard this before, but off the top of my head, no.
So when Marvel got the property, they were trying to figure out what to do with it and who to write it. They knew Hasbro was talking about doing this toy line and everything, and they were saying that, so they basically went down to all the writers, asking them, hey, do you want to write this? Do you want to write this? It's a toy line. It's a toy line. No one wanted it. Larry Hama finally said, yeah, fine, I'll do it. He pulls out from his drawer this Nick Fury comic that he'd been wanting to write and started changing the names and everything. And that's how G.I. Joe started. It started as an old Nick Fury idea of his.
Okay.
So,
Wow.
which
Huh.
yeah, I mean, and now look at it now.
That's crazy. You know what? I don't know if I have heard that before. That's that's really awesome. But yeah, so I didn't like get comics. I remember the first time I think I got them was when there was some kind of a sports card show that I went to with my dad, and somebody had like a bunch, and I spent all my money on GI Joe comics. I didn't buy any fucking sports cards. I bought all GI Joe comics, and then when I would go with my grandfather, my mother's father, when he was still alive, he had family that was from Allentown, Pennsylvania, and I used to go down to visit with him once a year, and we would be down there like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or whatever. And there was this one store that had comic books, but they had GI Joe, and so this dude used to like I think we would go twice a year because if I remember, the dude always, when I would go after I met him twice, I was like, I can't get these anywhere, but I'll be back in like the fall. I think once or twice he had like a stack of ones that he had just like put aside, and he was like, "Oh, you did come back," and I was like, "Yeah, I said I was going to come back," and he gave me like a bunch of them, so that was cool. But that was like
nice.
that was like it. That in terms of GI Joe, I think by the time I got around to like finding a local source for them or whatever, that I had already had my collection. I had already built the idea of these figures in my mind based on the cartoon and my own headcanon sort of thing. But yeah, no,
what was your
the
first
cartoon.
figure?
The first figures were Destro and Snake Eyes version 1.
Nice.
I remember seeing, that was in '83. I remember seeing the previous year where it was just all like the green shirts and Snake Eyes. I don't think Snake Eyes version 1 was on the peg then. I think that would have caught my eye. But I remember seeing the green figures, and the card art and everything looked cool, but I just, for whatever reason, I just said no. And then when I went in and saw it was in a different, so KB Toys is where I got all my shit back in the day. It was in a now defunct mall that was huge to my development of the youth. I did so much shit for the first time in this mall, fucking around, all kinds of crazy stuff. But anyway, as a kid, the KB Toy Store was where I would get stuff. And I do remember how the store was set up. I remember where shit was. And so in the center aisle, middle area, is where they had the previous GI Joes all the way to the left of this one section, and now they were like in the middle, and they had twice as many pegs. So while I think they had six pegs before, it was 3 rows of 4. There was like more double. There was like 12 of them, and I think it was all the new releases from '83, and they also had Snake Eyes version 1 from the first run, and maybe Rock and Roll. There was definitely Snake Eyes and somebody else from the previous release. But what caught my eye was Destro. I walked over and saw that silver head and the card art, and I was like, what the fuck? Like the big hulking guy with the wrist rockets, and the way that they drew the face on the card art, like, to me, that's the definitive Destro, and that's why I like this Mezco so much, because it's basically exactly that. But no, I remember seeing that. I remember being like, and all of a sudden, seeing Destro next to Snake Eyes made all the other ones look better, right? The ones, even the ones that like I looked on previous year, the ones that had all the green shirts, because in '83 they were still relatively vanilla. You know what I mean? I definitely was like, oh my god, this is the coolest shit. So I got the Snake Eyes and the Destro, and then I don't know. I've thought about this before, and I'm unsure precisely what was next, but I know that I remember getting them home, and my birthday was coming up, and I remember saying like, "Oh, I want to get more of these," because in the back of the card it shows you all the other ones that I was like, I want all of these, and like I remember my mother.
That was a smart thing that Hasbro did, where they copied Star Wars with that, because Star Wars always put they had started putting which figures were coming up on the back. And when GI Joe did it immediately, but the cool thing about the GI Joe was they didn't show you the actual figure; they showed you the card art at the original.
Okay,
so
you
got the card art, and you were like, "Ooh, this figure looks cool," because they didn't know, they didn't have the figures made at the time. They did the card art because it was faster and easier.
Right.
But
right.
yeah, I think my first was a Cobra Trooper, and I want to say Grunt. It was it was just one of because back then they were all green at the first ones were all green.
Yeah.
So and unfortunately at the time that first run of the 13, Cobra was a side thought. It's like, oh, we got to come up with an enemy. They have to have somebody to fight. They can't just fight each other. We need somebody. They can't fight the Soviet Union. They can't fight the Chinese or whatever. They need to have an enemy. And Hama came up with, at the last minute, he came up with Cobra, which was fantastic.
No shit. And I mean, how amazing is that? Not to lie, but some of my most creative ideas were things that just came out of nowhere like that, where you're just like, holy hell. Real quick, Rich, I would like to say what's up to my sister. Anchor Viper is in the house. Rich, if you are unfamiliar with TV Cobra, I would highly recommend getting you over to check out. I will send you some links.
Definitely.
So last year, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, I remember it popped up on my timeline. I think Pop Cult Frenzy had reposted it from YouTube, and it was the most creative, amazing thing that I had seen. And she's basically the anchor for Cobra that tells the Cobra truth, right? She doesn't buy it. She tries to tell us all about the Joe propaganda. This is wrong, and Cobra is here to actually liberate you. And so they do. She does the action report, where, oh my God, I think I'm saying that wrong. Is it the action report? Oh my God, that's embarrassing. But these episodes where she would highlight and talk about different things, aspects of Cobra, like the stinger, the snake armor, like stuff like that. And it has this. It's produced in this unbelievably incredible way where you feel like you were watching something from 1980, and it's just I have to send. I'll send you all that info, and you'll be onto it. She's currently right now working on delivering the season 2 of TV Cobra, which we're all super excited for. Can't wait for that. But yeah, being such a good creative mind yourself, I think you will highly appreciate what she does. Also with the team, Tex Thompson, a brother of mine. I actually spoke with him briefly by text after. Lines of communication stay open between Cobra and Castle Destro at all times, especially the back channel comms. You have to make sure to save Cobra Commander from himself. Sometimes you have to just make those kind of moves. So yeah, I appreciate her contributions to the community, and to break the character a bit as a fucking person. She is a stand-up human being, 100%. So thank you for coming by.
Nice. I will definitely check it out.
Yeah, for sure. You will really be like, I have a feeling you will really be like, holy fuck, like holy shit. It is super cool for sure. And speaking of the devil, there's my man himself, Tex Thompson in the house. Good. Glad you could make it, my brother. We're just waxing poetic about you as well. Yeah, all of like the artwork that for everything that's happening with season 2, the handmade stuff. Tex is an incredible artist. They're an incredibly creative team. Like it's overflowing with creativity for real. I'm trying to think about how.
Check it out.
Yeah, for sure. The drawings that he's done for it are amazing. And then now there is, so the Kickstarter that she did has all these awesome the things that you receive from it. What I like, I can say the thing about it best is that they have this idea of making these physical things, right? So we all grew up at a time where you got something when you paid for it, right? You bought a movie, you got the thing. You bought a CD, that was a whole part of the art, right? A CD has. It's the choices that the band made that they want to visually represent themselves with, and so with their Kickstarter, they have varying tiers, right? But they have a whole bunch of different stuff that's been handmade by Tex that's unbelievable. The tier that I was in, I'm getting a TV set, like an old school TV set that when you play, it plays. Oh my God, I can't remember. It's either season 1 or season 2 of TV Cobra right on this little TV. It is the coolest fucking idea. Oh my God, I cannot wait to get that and fuck around with it. So I could literally go on for a hot minute because they are an incredible team, and we all can't wait for season 2. We're super excited. So and I'm glad that season 2 is coming, because that's most likely going to mean that we'll get a season 3, right? Because if we, I think we blew the doors off of the Kickstarter ultimately, right? I think at the end we were we had gone over and everything. And to me, that's fantastic. The tears were great. Everything was great. And I'm glad that they're an amazing representation of our community in that they really take to the community spirit as well as just being. I feel like when creative people are being putting themselves out there with their creativity, it allows and it makes other people want to do the same thing, right? Like one of the coolest parts of our little community is that you can share your headcanon or your ideas, your thoughts, and nobody's going to, give you a bunch of shit. There's some Facebook groups where you can't throw your ideas out there without getting crucified. You know what I mean? And that's what we don't have. I think that stifles creativity. So that makes me happy.
Well, that's one of the nice things about you, and even with Jester's my spirit animal. You guys, you can criticize things that without demeaning them,
shitting on it, right?
Shitting
that's
on
it. Yes, exactly.
And which is the way the community is. There's so many people in the community, in fandom in general. You see it in Star Wars, you see it in G.I. Joe, you see it, in all of them. That it's almost like they love to hate the thing that they claim to love.
Yes.
That they can't find the good in something. They immediately have to find the bad in it, and they get stuck with that where that's just all they can see. And it's like, how do you call yourself a fan if that's what you? Well, I was a fan of of the Real American Hero, but I'm not a fan of Classified. Well, okay, but tell me about Real American Hero that you loved. Well, the cartoon kind of was cheesy and it kind of sucked, and the animation wasn't that great, and the stories was okay. So you're not a fan? Well, no, I was a fan. Yeah, I loved it. I grew up. I had the toys. Well, if you're shitting on it all the time, you're not a fan.
Right. What is this? Right. It's
like Star Wars fans. It's like, I love Empire Strikes Back, but I hate everything else. You're not a Star Wars fan. You like one movie.
Yes. Yes, for sure.
I don't like G.I. Joe, but I love Snake Eyes. Okay, you like Snake Eyes. You don't like G.I. Joe.
My mom likes Snake Eyes. Cool story, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. That's funny. My brother, Kalel327 says, headcanon, Rick Viper. Welcome in, my brother. I'm glad you could make it. This is our carded king. This gentleman has what I believe is that we know of. I'm sure you can scour the internet for somebody that's a millionaire that has a carded, every figure carded. Our brother Cal has everything from, I can't say enough without making it sound crazy, but he has everything. Like, every time there's a post and we're talking about a figure, he's like, oh, here I have it carded in the American style. I have it carded internationally. Oh, here's like the that variant from SDCC in 2002. Oh, and then I have 5 of them loose. Like, it's crazy. It's wow. The coolest collection for sure. And there's other people like Snow Leopard has an insane 3 3/4 collection for sure. It's just Cal has all these ones that are carded. It's crazy. And I appreciate the carded thing. Like, I have from the classified retro, I have 10 of those that are like, I remember from a kid. So they look like the original ones, like we got them, with the card. So I have a few of those, and I did pick up a bunch of ones, the 25th anniversary and all those that came out, like the Arctic Snake Eyes, the Paratrooper, and then I did buy all the ones that Duke, Snake Eyes, the regular Snake Eyes, the Beachhead. So all the ones that I did like, and I kept those carded, right? I think a dude sold me like 15 of them. Oh my God, it really wasn't a lot. I think the number changes every time I try to think about it. My memory is fucked on that. But yeah, so I do love and enjoy that.
No, I open most of everything. I do have a few carded things. I kept Snake Eyes 00 classified in its package. I kept the Supreme Cobra Commander in his package. But I think that may be all of classified. But then I have like the Comic-Con exclusive Zatanna, they did a variant of Zanya. No shit, not Zanya. Wow, I just went blank.
That's right. It happened to me like 3 times already in the show. Oh, right. Savannah.
They did her in her black,
Savannah.
the black version, and then they also did it in the regular pink version. I have those carded. I have a
Oh,
few of
okay.
the 25th anniversary. I have the there was a 25th anniversary um, Zartan that was like a deluxe that they did. It almost was exactly like the original. I have that one carded. So there's ones that I have that are special that I keep carded, but
Yeah.
if you have all of them
Okay.
carded, kudos, man. That's
Dude,
amazing.
it's so crazy. It's so awesome, and they're all like in great condition too. My man really cleaned up.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It was really cool.
I don't have the room for it, unfortunately.
Don't tell me about it. Anchor Viper says the Kickstarter was a total victory for TV Cobra and the cause for global liberation, and it was thanks to all of you here. Well, good things should happen to good people, and we all believe in hailing Cobra for sure. Matt says constructive criticism is good. Shitting on something bad, yes, exactly. Things will get better by letting somebody know that they can do better, right? But you don't have to make them feel like an idiot for not doing it that way, right? Tex says, I was beginning to doubt my own existence, but resurfacing while on leave. Missed y'all. Hey, we miss you too, brother. You know where we're at for sure. But we also, like we talked about earlier, I know what it's like to be busy, my dude. Cobra Commander PR team is here. Welcome. That's right. That's basically what they are. They do a great job too. Mo's mine. I'm about to be placing an order. Sir, keep an eye out. Make sure you're using that promo code Rock Lockdown. Rock, what are you getting, my dude? Let us know. Fill us in. Tell us. I want to know. I love it when anybody Tex Thompson says, "Ra Rain, speaking my language." Yes, Tex. I was talking about that. I don't know how I didn't introduce you guys to them or bring him up or anything like that. But yeah, I think there will be a lot of appreciation from somebody that's as creative as Rich is. So very excited for that. Big Red says, lest we forget, we found you reading Cobra News at a Cobra Cantina. Great to see you. Yeah, that's what's up. Good. Yep. Good. Sounds great. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you taking a minute to kind of come through. So, did you have favorites? So back when they, the 3 3/4 here, or do you remember who your first was? That's a good question too.
Well, I know that my mom was a big, I had to have a good guy and a bad guy. So, you had to have somebody to fight. So usually when I got something, it was, I got 1 and 1. So I got a Cobra Trooper, and I want to say it was Grunt. I know it was one of the green shirts, but it back then, we're talking like 40 some years now. It's hard to remember which one it was, but it was, I know I ended up with all the original 13. I had all of them within the first year.
Nice. Okay. Oh, fuck yeah.
The Cobra Commander mail-in.
Awesome. Awesome.
Zartan, I love Zartan. I use Zartan for everything. When the Dreadnoks came out, I was just smitten. I totally loved Dreadnoks.
That's what's up.
Sci-Fi was a big fan. I love Sci-Fi because it was one of those first colored, really. It was like barbecue and airtight, where they were the first ones that were different colors than everybody else.
Right. Yep. And Blowtorch was crazy colored like that. He stuck out like crazy. Oh my God. Yeah, absolutely. I want to say what's up to my brother. Figure Fight Club is in the house. What's up? Hey, you guys did an amazing show last night with, oh my God, I'm going to mispronounce his name. Clava, I believe it was. Clava's Multiverse. You can find him over on Instagram too. Figure Fight Club is everywhere. You can find him on Instagram. They just started a great community over on Facebook. So if you're over there, I did mention that earlier, but I'll say it again. Make sure you're getting over there. Yeah, at the beginning of every show, I've wind up talking about you guys because often I'm on the open mic night. You guys are nice enough to have me on the Friday show, what's now called Plastic Journey, and I'm really into the vibe you guys bring to the community. It's really everything that me and this crew of people here. You guys are doing it exactly how we like it done, and I appreciate you, Abby, for having that crew over there and getting it done. Figure Fight Club consists of Abi, Lou, and Talib. All three of them are fantastic. Just to recap again, everybody, the Tuesday open mic night is at 8 o'clock You can pop in the comments. They have the link. You can join. We usually show off stuff and then have a discussion afterwards. Friday night they have like a highlight show where they have somebody come in and they just talk about their own GI journey sort of thing. And that starts at 9 though, right? I think the Friday one is at 9. And then Monday nights is the Decepticast, where I think it's Talib talks all about the Transformers. So for all the Transformer people in the house, but yeah, make sure you're up on the Facebook community again. Get over there and make that happen. So yeah, thanks for coming through, brother. Really appreciate it. That show last night was fantastic. And earlier in the week, Tuesday, funny story. The first week I've missed the open mic night, and I can't tell you how long. Since the first night I went on, I think I've missed 2. This would be like the 3rd. And I missed it because I was starting that kitchen job. I had to get up at 3 in the morning. I was like, I have to go to bed. But I had it on my phone on this little thing as I was like falling asleep. I was listening to it. And then as I'm listening, all of a sudden, my dude Laser Pants jumps on. And then Bobby Val himself comes through. He gave Figure Fight Club some exclusive content where Bobby was showing off how he's got that new figure, the Malice, and he was talking about how the hair and the head kind of go and everything like that. So they got a good look. They also talked about, if you're not familiar with the 3POA podcast as well, make sure you go over and you check out, if you have a couple extra dollars, they're doing an amazing thing for this young man. His name is Bao Long, a young man from Vietnam that apparently is like a total, complete whiz kid with everything, but apparently he can sculpt and make toys. Like he's like a self-taught person that doesn't have any way to, like all the skills, or not the skills, the tools that you would need. And apparently they're doing a fundraiser now. I think they're getting the kid like a laptop with all the design stuff pre-put on it. They're giving him money. They're going to try to get him an education and just all these other things. It's exactly what the community is about. And I think that's fantastic. And Bobby was like, hey, she comes over here. He's, I'll hire him. Like he's an amazing developer, and he's like 9. You know what I mean? So, and he's already like a genius at it. So I think that's fucking awesome. So Figure Fight Club, make sure you're supporting over there. 3POA podcast, make sure you're over there. Laser Pants, super cool dude. They do a Wednesday show. That's like a midweek mayhem. These couple other guys on. It's really awesome. And then they actually probably just ended right now. He does a show on Saturday nights also. So everybody, make sure you're checking out. It's all about all of us supporting each other. Everybody's probably at one point heard me use the saying, the rising tide raises all boats, right? We all get better when we're all getting better. And so if we help each other, we all can get to the mountaintop for sure. Plenty of room for all of us up there. But just to jump back.
Sorry,
okay.
I didn't mean to jump on
you.
Go
ahead.
I saw Dreadnought E mention it's all about the Knox life.
Nice.
Hit me up on Instagram and DM me, and I'll see if I can't get you a copy of my Dreadnoughts Rising script. I think you'll appreciate it. But I wanted to show him this. This is my Dreadnoughts cut, my biker jacket of Dread. So I last year for Comic-Con, I made a Dreadnoughts biker cut to wear to the concert. I had the
nice.
I had the logo and everything printed up. Of course, it's Springfield, but yeah, this is my my wearable GI Joe for a con.
Oh, nice. Okay, awesome. That's fucking awesome, dude. I mean, a Dreadnought leather jacket. See, I feel like Hasbro misses the boat on like all these things, right? Like people would buy that. I just I would buy. There's so much shit that I would buy. It's ridiculous. So like,
I said Ninja Force Zartan. I've been petitioning every time Lenny posts anything. I immediately, my first comment is that that leather jacket he's wearing needs to be a Dreadnought cut. It needs to have on the back of it the logo. It needs to have the biker bars where it says Dreadnoughts in either Springfield or wherever, Florida swamp or whatever he wants to put on there. It needs to be a biker cut. Since it's already a leather vest, it needs add that little thing to it, because I think it'll make it even pop out even more than just being the same look that we had from that the Ninja Force that everybody hated.
Yes. I mean, look, I I can't take Ninja Force Zartan as my Zartan, but that figure is amazing. Which, by the way, I was working that day on such a crazy project. I literally missed all of those pre-orders. I was lucky enough to
Oh
get
wow.
my brother. I know, crazy. Like I wasn't that in dire need to get any of them. But yeah, there was like I went to Pulse. Pulse was already sold out of like all of them. And then I think I wound up having 2 of the Royal Guards on pre-order from BBTS. But I actually just got 2 of the Royal Guards from my local Target. And let me tell you, I haven't opened it yet. But dog, yo, when you hold the weight of this figure in the package, holy shit! It is
I
definitely
picked up 2 of them. They are
oh
they are fun. I opened them. I've got one of them sitting up there. He's
nice.
they are so much fun to play with. I
That's what's
can't
up. I fucking love it.
we're going to get a Globulus. So I had to get
Right,
at least
right.
2 of them for one on each side of him. So
Okay, there you go. That was the plan. I have Pythona, and I was like, you know what? Pythona's standing there with 2 Royal Guards, and then so I had pre-ordered those 2. But when I walked into Walmart and saw those 2 sitting there, you fucking know I snatched them right up and ran to the front desk. And so I can either, I won't cancel that order. I'll get them, and if I wanted to trade them or something, I could. I just, I feel like I spend so much on the ones that I love. I want to make sure that when there's ones that if there's something I'm not like blown away by, that I don't buy a bunch of them just to buy a bunch of them, right? And now listen, the Royal Guards they're going to wind up being like an all-time figure, right? I think people who don't even or don't like toy collectors who don't necessarily love classified that much are looking at these figures and being like, oh, these are fucking amazing. So I really do think that they're special. So four is going to be good enough for me on that.
I just got the rest of that wave too. I just got the big lob, and I just wish that the basketball had a peg where it would come off of his hand, so that way you could have it separate instead of being glued on. I know you said that you're not going to get the Mole Rat version 2. I saw you'd posted that or you'd said that in one of your shows or something, but there's a part Dark Energon part skull head that's worth it just for that head.
Okay.
The first figure is amazing, but the second figure it has those 3 heads, but the one of them that has the extended Energon and the skull looks really cool.
Okay.
So
nice.
It's almost worth it just for that.
Okay, I can dig that. Tex Thompson asks, Destro and RA Rain, how do you all display your vintage figures? So if you're talking about the 3 3/4 stuff, I don't. Right now, what I do is I have it bagged up. Real quick, I did get some of my couple additions to mine. I talked about I was going to show them all, but Ambush didn't show up. But I got me a minty airtight, which I love. I don't care if that's a vacuum. I love the specialty guys. I had airtight complete for like a long time. But to get him, I battled another favorite of mine, and that's the Toxo Viper. So this dude was spewing it. He was sucking it up and refining it, literally following him around. I mean, look at that helmet on the Toxo Viper. I mean, come the fuck on. So yeah, I just got these 2. Oh, and of course, because I was waiting to find one that looked good and wasn't too expensive, but one of my all-time faves is now in the collection, and that is Firefly. Despite his popularity, I have to say that I think he is the most underrated figure, because when you think about it, as a kid, he was the saboteur. He was very mysterious. He had this incredible backpack full of stuff. He had that awesome weapon. And I just think that and looking at him now as an adult, listen, I look at a lot of these 3 3/4 now, and I'm kind of like, oh yeah, I know, I can see why I liked it then. It's cool. But then I look at this and I'm like, oh no, that's awesome. That is incredible. Like even now it looks good.
Kid, he was more Snake Eyes' equivalent as far as the cool factor.
Yes.
But he had camo. So you had the two of them. You had one of them that was obviously with Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, you had yin and yang. With Firefly, you had another similar character that's honestly like Boba Fett originally was. You know, he was a
Okay.
mysterious
Yes.
character that you didn't know anything about, but he was cool looking. And
So I
just that
think,
cool factor carried over, especially in the cartoon.
yeah, him being Firefly basically being Boba Fett is in fact an amazing thing. I was just looking real quick because I had kicking around on this fucking desk here. I had what I have is like it was another 3 3/4 figure. What is like my most wanted 3 3/4? It's the Arctic Viper from 2009. Man, what the hell did I do with it? It was literally on this table for like weeks and it was in the way. And then finally I move it like the day that I wanted to show it again. But anyway, that one's pretty crazy. It was, that 2009 line, they came out with a bunch of stuff. Like they made this guy. It was a different version of the eel. Look how amazing that is.
Oh, yeah.
Like that is just, forget about it. And then I think the Arctic eel, the Arctic guy, that eel, and then this dude, which was the Elite Viper. I mean, that is the Viper from, the Rise of Cobra, but look at how cool that is. I don't know. Yep. Rise of Cobra, Ice Viper, Cal says. That's correct.
So
I can't find it. I don't know where it went.
Displaying my 3 3/4 goes all the way back to, you should never show a kid, especially back in the 1980s, Clash of the Titans, the original one.
Yes.
Because Zeus keeps all of the humans as statues on a shelf. Right? So they're all on shelves where he can just pull them down and play with them whenever he wants. To me, that was the coolest thing. And as soon as I saw that, that's how all my figures ended up starting to get displayed. Just on shelves, all, just perfectly lined up where you could pull them down and play with them anytime you wanted and just put them right back up on the shelf. So since early 1980s, that's how I've always displayed my figures.
I like it. Sorry, my box.
Years, over the years, the Classified and the Black Series have taken over the 3 3/4. As you get older, your eyesight goes. I mean, look, I'm wearing glasses right now because I can't see the screen that's 3 feet, not even 3 feet away from me.
Yes, I understand.
3 3/4 figures got less attractive because they were blurry than Classified and Black Series and even Marvel Legends. Which, by the way, if you do any customs or you want to do any customs for the Classified, Marvel Legends are a good match because they are the same scale. The head pieces, the neck posts are almost exactly the same. They fit right on, and you can change them up. And there's so many different Marvel Legends that you can create your own doctors. You can create your own, whatever you want to come up with.
Yep. Okay.
I use several of them. I have a gem one that I'm making right now that's Classified size, based using the heads from. Yeah. Oh yeah. I have. She's in my book.
Right.
I took several characters from my book and made them into figures.
Nice. I love it. Well, you know what? And I want to get into that book, but real quick, we'll just kind of run down. So we got an idea of your GI journey in terms of what kind of the favorite figures, who you liked, who you got into. What got you into the Classifieds? Were you an active collector all these years, or did you just? Okay.
I mean, there was a dark times where when you become a teenager and early adult that you don't really,
sure.
Girls and getting into trouble and rebelling is more important than getting toys. And there's also, you had Sigma 6 and you had the Extremes. Sergeant Savage wasn't bad, but
but not that good either.
Not that great either. Yeah. So I didn't, after you started getting, I wish I would have gotten some of Battle Force 2000 and a few more of the Eco Force or Eco Warriors.
Yep.
Because now when I look at it, I'm like, some of these would make some really good Classified figures.
For sure.
When they started, when Dick took over the cartoons and they started changing the colors within the cartoon.
Oh, it was terrible.
I started losing interest.
100%.
As did in the cartoon, just drove me nuts.
There's a lot of people who didn't even know that it fucking existed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I didn't know DIC existed until I was a full-blown adult. Like I'm pretty sure that I never saw it back then. You know what I mean? Like I was just, I don't know. After the movie, that was it on GI Joe. So
a lot of people fell off after the movie. A lot of people did. The Dragon Force show, which introduced Python Patrol and Slaughter's Marauders and everything. I loved that. I thought that was great. Scoop, honestly, Scoop is one of my all-time favorite characters, and I know people hate him, absolutely hate him. I love Scoop. I'll say it. I'll admit it. I know he's the Jar Jar Binks of GI Joe, but
wait, is it that bad? Is it that bad? Oh God! I mean, I know some people. Well, he was. I mean, in that Operation Dragonfire, he was a traitor. Like not in the way that Dusty was, but a true blue, kind of traitor. I think it was kind of a turn off a little bit.
He had a reason to, and he had a reason to come back, And also, I love the Alley Vipers too. The Alley Viper was a great look. It was a great change of when they introduced the night creepers. I wasn't a fan of it. I'll be honest. I haven't been a fan of the Night Creepers until the Classified series came out.
Agreed, and they're fucking amazing.
They're amazing. Yeah, totally amazing. I thought they were overused for no apparent reason in the cartoons.
Yes, yeah, right.
But I don't know. I love Scoop. I love the story. I love this character. I've always loved characters that they skate the line between good and bad, and their moral compass seems to be off just a little. Like Winter Soldier is probably my favorite Marvel character.
Okay.
So those characters that are slightly skewed are the ones I really get drawn to. I think it's probably why I love the Dreadnoks so much. Because they're a motley crew of misfits that don't fit anywhere but with themselves.
Right. Okay. I like that.
And they're violent just for the sake of being violent for no apparent reason sometimes.
Which is an awesome thing for a terrorist organization to be able to wield, right? That's a powerful thing. Super important. Hey, they were super important in the cartoon. They were featured like constantly. They were always running amok somewhere, so Cobra could do some other shit while they were worried about the Dreadnoks. It's brilliant for sure.
The only thing I wish they would have done one time is I wish GI Joe or somebody affiliated with GI Joe would have come up with enough money to pay them to do something to turn on Cobra just for one instance. But unfortunately, no one on GI Joe side, except for maybe Matt Tracker, has enough money to compete with Extensive Enterprises.
Right.
So you're not going to turn them away from Cobra because first of all, Cobra just lets them do whatever they want. They can create mayhem just for the sake of creating mayhem. Where GI Joe is going to tell them, no, I'm sorry, you can't kill this person, even though I know you want to. Cobra's just like, fuck it, kill him.
Fuck it, kill him. Right. I'd like to welcome him. Sorry, go ahead.
That's the cool thing about him.
For sure. It is. And it's also like, I have a funny thing. So real quick though, I just want to welcome in my brother Lou. It's another member of Figure Fight Club. I was telling Abby a minute ago, my brother, how awesome that show was last night. The guest Clava, he was awesome. You guys did a great job rolling with him and his unique take on the collecting and a lot of things. I thought it was great. I actually watched it. I was laying down. I fell asleep for a hot minute and woke up, and I think I listened to like the last half hour or whatever. But yeah, it was fantastic, brother. Nice job. Oh, and your most recent pick there with the black. I don't know what that figure's name is, but it looks fantastic, Lou. Excellent job, and welcome in. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it.
Someone mentioned clean sweep in the comments. I found a way to make fit clean sweep into Protocol GI Joe.
Oh, nice.
So,
okay.
There you go, if you're a fan of clean sweep. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Cal had a better head score. Okay.
There's some things in there. Look, there's some things in there that the average Joe fans may not even realize are GI Joe that I've. Doing research. That was one of the most fun things about making this book was not only did I get to do this passion project, but researching things that I had forgotten or that I didn't even know about the IP was just so much fun.
Yes, I can imagine, right?
Oh yeah, and just finding things and combining things from the movies and the cartoon and the comics. and putting them all together into one cohesive story was so much fun.
Nice. Okay. I can. Yeah, I can imagine
in that first chapter
sitting.
you read, there's a little bit of the Cobra, the Rise of Cobra in there, if you notice, and you may not even notice.
Well, no, I did, and I thought it was brilliant. To be honest with you, I felt like that was one of my favorite things. Is how you kind of took right off the rip. You kind of pulled from a couple different variations of Joe's, but it was like it all fit and worked perfectly. It was a good way right off the rip to kind of pull together all the things that we had seen since, right? Like this is what G.I. Joe has been represented as. So, you kind of use it as a stepping stone to introduce your version of what goes on otherwise. And I don't know, dude, I thought that was fucking brilliant, to be honest with you. I thought it was amazing. So I'm very excited, very excited to get more into it. And I have a funny feeling I'll probably finish the rest of it tomorrow, but like,
nice.
Yeah, for sure. So it was like, it reads exactly how you would expect like a Tom Clancy novel would have the realistic, the militaristic, if you will, the militaristic talk of the people that are standing in that room initially, right? But yet you put in perfectly these details that are what makes it a G.I. Joe story.
I don't file cards almost.
Yeah, right. And I just don't think like sitting down and writing a G.I. Joe story and having it actually be good is as easy as a lot of people think that it is. They think because they really love G.I. Joe, that they could just make a good story, and maybe they have a rough outline of something, right? But being able to articulate it in the way that you do right off the rip and make it look that way, dude, I think is just fucking awesome. I'm excited for it to get out.
Just asked if they could get a copy of the manuscript. DM me on Instagram, and I will make sure I get you an advanced copy, because I'd love to get your guys' review or get a blurb that I can put with it when I launch it. So yes,
absolutely.
I will definitely get you guys a copy if you want it.
Awesome. Awesome.
What you're saying is true. I wanted to come up with a story that was my story, but I didn't want to deviate anything that had ever been put out already, from whatever Hama had done, from the movies to the cartoons. I wanted to see if I could incorporate it all into it where it made sense. And you would go, it may not be exactly how it happened originally, but you go, oh, wait, I recognize that. And yes, okay, that works. It's not like use Resolute, for example, where Zartan kills the Hard Master, where, and he's responsible for Snake Eyes not being able to speak.
Right.
That's not how it originally happened. That's not how Hama wrote it. Snake Eyes was injured in a helicopter crash in the middle of a mission with Scarlet and Roadblock, and I think Grunt was there. That's how he gets injured. Scarlet feels responsible for his injury. Not
because he saved her.
Yes, exactly. So that's how it happens from Hama's point of view. And if you take Hama as the creator, then everything that comes from that needs to pay homage to that and needs to fit within his original Bible that he created. Does that make sense?
It does.
So that's what I tried to do with Protocol. Is I didn't want to deviate for anything that's ever been out there, but I wanted to be able to elaborate and maybe expound on it. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So, I mean, I think that's the key to success here. I think when, it's what this idea of Max Land is having is was thinking about making a story that's completely not relevant to any source material. You're just throwing out an idea that you would be able to do with any kind of conflict, right? It was not a unique idea to GI Joe. I mean, I think I was expecting such a much larger, smellier pile of dog shit that I kind of was like, oh well, at least that's like a coherent idea, But it's definitely not something that would work whatsoever. Maybe after having a decade of successful movies, right? Maybe that's something that they could explore as like a way down the line, like, oh, we've already done everything, we're already out of ideas, what can we do now? We could be like, oh well, we'll let Cobra win the war, and even then I still don't think people would really be that interested.
One of the things I did with this this isn't the first iteration of GI Joe. GI Joe is actually a protocol within the confines of the military that I think that has only been implemented 5 times. This is the 5th time. It was started in World War II, as and then Colton brought it back in the early, for Vietnam and to get out of Vietnam. And the last time it was it was initiated was during Afghanistan after 9/11, and it had been So where this takes place is it's already been. The protocol has already been stopped. So this is Hawk going in saying, look, there is a terrorist threat that's being created throughout the world that we're seeing in our intel. We need to initiate Protocol GI Joe, which is the Global Initiative Joint. There's the Global Initiative Joint Operative Enforcement Protocol. So actually, GI Joe has it's an acronym.
Yeah,
Cobra's an acronym. I have Cobra as an acronym. Cobra is the conversion orchestrated by blackmail, revolution, and anarchy, which spells out Cobra.
That's fucking awesome. I mean, dude, I've been hit with some of my all-time favorite acronyms lately. Those two and the acronym for the Mo's Mind, the Oracle. I can't remember off the top of my head what that was, but I remember when he sent it to me, I was like, holy shit. This is not only works, it's fucking perfect, as is the two that you just gave. The G.I. Joe one is really like it. The G.I. Joe one legitimately sounds like something you would hear from the military, and the Cobra one is like, do you know how hard it is to come up with something that like that's basically what this organization would be, like the last 3 things, like the blackmail, like all that, dude, is perfect. So I think it's your book is so far it's like filled with things like that, right? That just make it explode. I mean, we would be lucky if they made him if the opening sequence of the movie was exactly what I read from Protocol. I would be like, oh, we're finally getting it. We're finally getting something good. Oh, Mo's Mind says operational reconnaissance and analysis command link engine. Fucking awesome. I mean, an Oracle, right? It's like, I want to call it the Oracle, but what the hell can I come up with that's the Oracle? And you come up with that. So fantastic. But yeah. So I think, that's incredible.
I make fun of, General Flagg, who is now one of the Joint Chiefs, mentions in that first chapter, when at this briefing, that the United States government has dropped the ball on coming up with acronyms. They come up with the Star Wars program. They have, and there's ones that I mentioned are real names that the government has had as these protocols and names. Then I actually use DIC as one because I had to make fun of DIC. But yeah, like I said, there's so many little tiny things like that are in there. Like every of the chapter names. All of the chapter names are either G.I. Joe episode titles, Transformer titles, or Gem titles, or Mask titles, based off of what's happening within the chapter.
Right. Okay, nice.
So nice. When you read it and you read the chapter titles, those are actual episode names from the cartoons.
That's fucking great.
Whether it be from Real American Hero, Gem and the Holograms, Mask, Transformers, or G.I. Joe Renegades. All of them are based off of the episode titles from the cartoons.
Awesome, dude. So, fucking love it. Yeah, that's the shit. Matt from Mo's Mind says, And I didn't have to go back to look at the listing at all. I promise. That's funny. That's funny. Like to give us the name of the Oracle. I promise I didn't have to look and to figure out my own thing. I mean, dude, listen, at this age, man, that's why I feel like engaging in all the like this, doing the writing for Serpentor's Lair, using my brain in that way, I think is good. I just can't help but notice that, you start to decline in all the ways. Like we're not old. We're not old yet, for sure, but we're closer to old than we are to young, And so sometimes when things I try to, stay in the best of health and everything like that. But yeah, no, it's definitely got to keep working that noodle, brother, for sure. I finally found it. We were talking about this just to go back. So that is the Arctic Trooper I was talking about.
Yeah.
He's one of my most wanted for classifieds, I think. Now, especially now that we're getting all of these, the Arctic stuff coming, I think that would be cool to have. That in the Arctic, they call him the Arctic Trooper. Do you know which one I'm talking about? The snake eyes with the skull. Dude, that is like one of the coolest figures. Oh, those two, and also these are just deep cut ones. Also the Iron Grenadiers version 8, that heavy gunner that they made. Oh my God. It's an amazing 3 3/4 figure. I think that they would really crush that in or whatever. But my most wanted, like of the main figures, and I can say it right off the top of my head, I believe, would be in no particular order, Blizzard, Salvo, Ambush, and Lightfoot. Those are like nice. Four of my all timers that I really enjoy and would love to get.
Nice.
And yeah, like just to have open, like I actually put a bid. There was a guy that had Ambush. So Ambush loose but complete was supposed to arrive today. I don't know if it's out in the mailbox or not. I should have to go check. But I had a bid in. There was a guy that had a carded Ambush, and it was pretty minty. And it was the auction, or no, it was $115. I sent him a I don't remember. Usually what I do is I'll send like a low offer, because honestly, you never know. So what's the worst that's going to happen? He's going to say no. You know what I mean? So I threw a $65 out there, which is about a little more than half, right? But I just, I've had offers accepted sometimes, and he came back with 89, and I was like, ooh, man, carded. And at that moment I was like, I'd rather have the loose one, you know what I mean? Because like the carded would be nice to have, but I wanted to, when I get them, all these ones, I am gonna display, the ones with that I have out of the package. And I just was like, you know what, I can't do 90 for that, seeing as how I can get the loose complete Ambush for, I think it was $42 shipped. I was like, and I'd rather have it to display, because dude, Ambush was like just crazy with the nets and the tent. That was at a time when I loved camping. Like I used to save my money. There was like one of the things I used to look through obsessively, like I looked at G.I. Joe card art, was there was these camping catalogs. I don't remember the names of the companies, but they had everything, all the little gadgets and shit for camping, and I just like loved all that shit. So when Ambush came out, I absolutely loved it. My brother G.I. Joe Guy 84, who was Conrad Hauser out there in the social media streets, welcome in, my brother. Glad you could make it. Yeah, we love the old the Cracker Barrel post on Friday. My dude goes to Cracker Barrel, puts together a blockies and gets the steak and chicken protein, or steak and chicken protein meal or something. I don't know. It sounded great though. You get like steak and some chicken and something. It's less than $25. Sounded like a steal. So welcome in, my dude.
Viper said, "Whoa, spoilers! I promise you, what I've said is not a spoiler. It will make it. It will help you. Yeah." I'm not giving spoilers. I am giving teases.
Yes, right. We're trying to get you in the door. That's all,
Yeah. Now,
for sure.
I will tell you this. Look, it's not a spoiler. It's not, but pay attention to designations for and numerical designations to people or characters or things within the book, because because every number that's in the book is specific. Like, let's put it this way. The one thing I've learned from writing screenplays is that you don't write something unless it has a purpose. because especially with screenplays, because you only have a
Yes.
finite amount of time to write a screenplay. So
Right.
everything within
Right.
that screenplay has to mean something. So
Right.
even
Right.
your exposition, everything has to mean something. Sorry, let me put this away. Good writing, everything has a purpose for being there because you only have so much time with your film. So when I write, I usually write from the point of view of a screenplay. So there's a lot of dialogue. So most of my books are very dialogue heavy. And one of the reasons is because it makes you feel like you're experiencing it with the characters instead of being told
Mm.
what's happening.
Yes.
Does that make
Yes.
sense?
It does. It does. And I think it's harder to pull off writing it like that than most people think. But it's a great way to tell a story.
Like I wrote one of my novels I wrote, there is no narrative in it at all. It's completely done as two people talking to each other the entire book. So
Right. Right.
it's their line, my line, their line, my line, all the way across through the entire book. It's called Angel Dust. It's about a
Ah.
character that dies and goes to heaven, and it's not heaven isn't exactly what they thought it would be. So they prove to this angel that life, no matter how shitty it is better than the alternative. So he
Mm.
takes them through, or they take them through their life from birth all the way up to a certain point,
Mm.
and it's all done in a two-person dialogue. And it was more of an experiment than anything, but it turned out that my wife says it's one of the best things I've ever written. So
Oh no
we'll
shit.
take it at
Okay.
that. And she's my biggest critic. Matter of fact,
Did
she's read portions of Protocol GI Joe, and she's like, I don't like GI Joe, I don't like military stuff, but this is kind of interesting, especially she loved the gem stuff because she's a major gem fan, and Jared,
okay. That's awesome.
so, and she loved it. And she's like, who are you writing this for? Because the stuff that you wrote with Jim does not feel like the people that would want to read GI Joe. And
Um.
so I'm like, it's a mixture of both, but I wanted to be able to not just give you straight up military, and battles and stuff like
Right.
that.
Right. Right.
Even
Right.
within the battles, there's stuff that happens that you wouldn't expect, or you're going to somebody reads it might go, "What the fuck am I reading?" And then all of a sudden you'll get to a point and you go, "Oh, well that makes sense why they're doing it that way." And
Okay.
it's just
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and trust me,
Nice.
no matter what type of military person or what type of person you are within this genre, you're going to love it. If you've
Mm.
watched the Top Gun movies, there's stuff there's dogfights within the book. If you've watched, Saving Private Ryan, there's that type of aspect in there.
Right. Right.
And if you've just watched the cartoons, there's that camp in there too. So there's a
Nice.
little bit
Yeah.
of everything.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. That's a good way to weave it in there. And I do think I think the people that would really love your book would appreciate the gem crossover, right? Because I've heard Chris from the Full Force actually mention that sort of thing in the same way that, like, maybe that pops up in the Energon universe, books or something like that. But what the way that you're talking about using it, I think is pretty awesome. So and it's
I
that kind of
purposely waited
weaving.
to read the Energon books, which are fantastic. Skybound's doing an amazing job with those. But I purposely waited until I was completely done with this book to start those, because I have a lot of Hasbro crossover. There's a lot, so there's like I said, the Nerf shows up in this somehow. So there's a lot of crossover within Protocol GI Joe that I purposely wanted to wait because I didn't want what Skybound was doing to influence me at all. And most of what
Mm.
I had done had started even before the Energon verse, because I started writing this in 2022, I think. So it was way before Skybound was, I think, even had the property yet at that point. But because it's not out yet, I wanted to wait until I knew I had definitively finished writing the book before I even started that. And it's the
Okay.
Energon
Yeah,
verse is
that's a great
fantastic.
idea. Nice. Yes, that's everything I've heard about it. Is exactly that case, and it gives me hope for the show. Conrad says, "Here's a topic. What's the farthest that you think you could throw a GI Joe classified figure?" I'm thinking 30 feet away, and Cal beat me to it. He says, "Hey Kip, you think I can throw a classified over that mountain?" This is a Napoleon Dynamite reference. We've been talking about that in the timeline lately. Well, listen, nice. I'll tell you this. I don't think my cannon is quite what it used to be because I don't throw things anymore. But I used to. I don't want to sound like Uncle Rico, but if you give me something a heavy figure like Road Pig, I'm gonna chuck that motherfucker real far. Probably kill somebody up close. But yeah, I honestly, at 30 feet, I think it's
too much to throw them.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think I'd want it. If it was Road Pig though, heavy round, like a softball style like that, I think I'd be able to chuck that motherfucker pretty good.
I thought Road Pig was heavy until the Royal Guard. That Cobra the Royal Guard is so heavy.
Yes, and you know what? That's a good point. I didn't even think of that, but even just in the package, I remember because there was two of them on the peg, so I reached out and was like, boop, and pulled them both off. And when the weight fully hit my hands, I was like, holy shit! At first, because it was like, well, there's two, but then I was like, yeah, there's two, and I took them separately, one in each hand. And I was like, no. These motherfuckers are heavy. Holy shit. So, yeah. Throw Tiger Force heavy duty. Tiger Force duty? Who's that? Tiger Force Roadblock, which, by the way, I actually just got this figure because to me, it's like the best representation of Roadblock in a sense that the shirt, the Tiger Stripe pants ain't his thing, but it comes with a true 50, right? Which is important. Belt fed, and it's got this little detail that I just saw on his backpack. It says Chef right there.
Yep.
So I think that's pretty awesome.
The only figure I might throw is Falcon, but that's only because I'd throw his head, not his body.
Yeah, there ain't no figure that gets hate like that Falcon figure, boy. Let me tell you.
I wanted to love that figure because I liked Falcon. I really liked Falcon when he came out.
Right.
In the movie.
Sure.
But man, that sculpt is just awful.
It's pretty shit, I have to say. Like, when people ask, like, what do I dislike about classified? Sure, I have like minimal criticisms, right? Nothing that's like my biggest criticisms largely were that when I asked, like, number one, I can't believe. Now I know mountaineers generally don't wear a backpack, but Alpine came without a backpack. I thought that was a little weird. I thought they could have gave him a sling bag, right, a shoulder bag, or just something. I thought that was crazy. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. I think he should have had that. Also, the other one is I really, and this is like my biggest pet peeve for sure, is I think that they dropped the ball with how they did the retro Snow Serpent. So the original Snow Serpent, the 3 3/4, is arguably one of my favorite action figures of all time. It's fucking awesome. Now, when I make my lists, it doesn't always make the list because I didn't have one until like way later, right? So, but when I look at card art, I'm not sure there's a better card art than the Snow Serpent. It's phenomenal. It's just absolutely amazing. And then he came with a loadout that is actually really cool. He's got that little mortar missile that fires off the ground, right?
Yep.
That also stuck to his backpack. Everything went on the backpack. Amazing weapons, just totally iconic to me. And when they did the retro, they didn't give him. Not only did they not give him his loadout, they had to change the card art because it had a different weapon. So they put the FAMAS in there instead of the AK. And for some reason, I mean, because the figure is awesome. They did a great job on the figure. It looks great. But they fucked it up and didn't give him his loadout. For some reason, it makes me like insane. And of course, what he said, yeah, I just posted Gridiron, just put out their mountaineering kit for hit and run. You can give Alpine that backpack. That's interesting. All right, Conrad, that's cool. I'll have to take a look at that. But
and that's the cool thing about Joe's classified is, you don't have to keep everybody's loadout the same.
When did they do that, Conrad? I was agreed for sure. Yeah, you definitely don't have to. When did they release that, Conrad? Because I just was on Gridiron earlier and I could not find. Well, first of all, I when you try to look at Gridiron on your phone, it you can't zoom in really well, and whenever you try to go back a page, it just always takes you to the very front page. Like you can't navigate your way back when looking. Okay, yep, never mind. There it is. Featured mountaineering 112. Let me look at some of these pictures here. Okay, so there's the overall. Oh yeah, look at that. So, oh well, basically what that is, that's the Snake Eyes backpack, which I don't even know where the fuck that thing is. Oh, that's probably over there. So that backpack, that grappling hook is Snake Eyes has that with the grappling hook, but then there's a quiver for arrows, and that goes in that upper piece, and then a crossbow a crossbow attaches to it. It was very. I got it for Snake Eyes, but then once I was like, oh, I don't know. I don't think this even looks good on Snake Eyes. I mean, the backpack itself did, but having him with a crossbow just didn't jive. So I slung it down the front of him, and I imagined that he would put that grappling hook in the crossbow, and it would shoot the grappling hook up onto something or whatever. But dude, this loadout is loaded, for lack of a better term. It's got the helmet, the mountaineering axe. It's got the night vision goggles. Where's the price? $39.99. Your boy might have to order that.
Great Iron does a really good job with theirs.
Yes,
and
they do.
Their weapons look so good. I mean, they've been doing this for years. Their weapons are just on point.
Every time that they drop a $5 rifle, I usually legitimately buy 10. The last one that came out, I only got 5 because it had a front foregrip. I should have bought 10 because I could adjust the foregrip. But anyway, yeah, no, they're looking. They look pretty dope. There's and I'm so thankful that I didn't realize. I was just like, oh, I'll be able to find weapons or something. But no, early on, I bought a bunch of their $5 weapons, and I'm so happy I did. So like when I do a shoot that has 40, 50, 60 figures, they still all have something that looks amazing in their hand. Because not all the classifieds come with really cool weapons. Some of them suck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I really do need to. I really do need to. Make sure that they have.
Thing about Big Lob, his whole loadout was brand new, which they didn't reuse any of the weapons. Everything on him was a new mold, which was really cool to get. And it's weird that they picked that figure to do new weapon molds on. But we're due for some new weapon molds.
For sure. I agree. So I was confused there. Sorry, it was Pop Cult Frenzy that mentioned that the loadout was listed. I don't know why I thought that was you, Conrad. I'm sorry, that was for him. So yeah. The pocket knife is cool. I agree. I think it looks awesome. I mean, look, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to think, do I want this for my hit and run? The actual hit and run, because that helmet is dope. I haven't opened my hit and run yet. That's the thing. He's one of my favorites. Okay, already right off the bat, I can see why. So the rifle that they have on here is the accurate, super short M4 with the 9mm in it, clip in it. That's what it was original. I do like the one that this comes with. I think it looks okay. But I got to be honest, this is a pretty cool loadout. That man. Yeah, that's definitely an upgrade for him. But you can't really put his sling bag on in the same way when he has the backpack. And we can all take a look at that afterwards. But yeah, that isn't that some shit. Lou says they've been doing Falcon dirty way too many times ever since the 25th line. Yes, you are correct. Somebody had brought that up. Cal says that 2-pack face sculpt was meh. Yes, I agree. Not that great.
Now the Night Force Falcon wasn't as bad, and it may be just because I'm splitting hairs with it, but I like the head sculpt on the Night Force one so much better than the regular line one.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. That one's like reasonable. You know what I mean? But the I had bought a couple extra of those Night Force 2-packs. I want to try to put. I was going to put an Outback head on one of them, so I had a Night Force Outback. But then I kind of decided that I think because my brother Matt showed me, he's the one that got the Monster Force figures and started putting GI Joe heads on them, and I was like, oh. Yeah, right. That's what I want to do. So this one's probably going to be Snake Eyes. This other one that I got, I think I might try to put Outback. So I can have Outback in it.
With your Monster Force and and the ones you're getting from Big Bad, what are you doing about the neck post?
Well, I'm going to have to swap them as well. I guess that's the thing. I haven't done it yet. I have no idea how to do it, and I just
what I've done so far is I've either filled them with resin or with like super glue or hot glue, and then used a drill that's the same size as the neck post and made the hole so it fits better. Now it's not perfect, but it's so much better than what it is. It's, if you do it with a small enough drill bit, you can make it where it's tight enough where it'll loosen itself up as you turn the head.
Okay.
But I haven't found a better solution yet.
That's what's up. So Matt says, I got another one you're going to want to buy. Sorry, Matt, what's the other one? So this is the one. This is the Delta Red. And then this is the one. I think this is the newer one. It's the Delta Red Nightshade unit. Actually, I don't know if any of the other ones that see this one's got the human head, which I really like. And the colors and everything is like relatively the same. So like if I just wanted to also just have these two guys as their own like army of fucking two, just I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking that could be the case too. Like Destro's two elite soldiers, or the way that they're loaded out so much, I feel like they could be designated as like a fire team that goes with scrap iron. Like scrap iron. So what I actually have, my brother Aaron Sparrow, an excellent writer. Make sure you all buying Kneel Before Doomface. He's got the variants are out there, and a couple. It was like a new variant edition that I don't know. It looked absolutely incredible. All I know is that I ordered one. So I got I bought a bunch of different scrap iron drones so he could have like a fleet of them. They were selling for like $15 on the thing, but then there was somebody that had a whole new set. So I bought a different body, and basically what I did is I was just like, oh, boop, I put that head on him, and was kind of just like, oh, so he's got a buddy. But even better idea than that, the metal,
like a Night Raven pilot.
Yeah, you ain't lying. That's true. Yeah, he's got that. That's Bazooka's face, actually. But it works so well on that body. I thought it looked good. So the what I did, my brother Aaron, I sent him a Night Force, the Beachhead 2-pack for him to have personally. And he was like, yeah, man, if you want something customized. So he's taking a original Alley Viper and adding a bunch of black accents to it, so he can be the leader of the entire Alley Viper crew, right? And then I sent him a metalhead figure, the guy that's got all the extras and shit. So I sent him just a figure, and I asked him because that figure itself is largely gray and that maroon reddish color. And I said, can you just make like most of the gray on this the navy blue color as scrap iron? So now he's a true partner to scrap iron, right? He's got his own look, but it's the same colors. So they look like they're, definitely right there. And they love missiles and rockets and blowing shit up and fucking all that. So I was like, yeah, this is the way to go. He showed me some of the figures that he's recently been working on, and I was like, oh, whoa, hold on. I didn't know you got crazy like that. Like, these look amazing. I was like, yo, I sent you one little package I got from Walmart that I spent, I think, with delivery, like $42 altogether. I was like, if you need more money to cover, this amazing work, you just let me know. I'll send you whatever the fuck you want. Because yeah, man, he showed me what was one of them. One was an Alley Viper he did in different colors. There was it was like a sports team color, I think, and it just looked amazing. The work that he did, and I was like, okay, yeah, just let me know whatever you need, man. If you're gonna make mine look like that, I'm fucking all in. Very good.
So what's one of the classified figures that's been a surprise standout to you?
Well, honestly, there's a few of them. I started to hit a point where everyone that I got, I started to like, right? One of the first case in points of that, I think that was very extreme, was the Techno Viper. Like, I knew I was going to enjoy it. I thought it looked cool in the pictures, but when I got it, I was like, yo, holy fuck, look at how awesome this is. The Red Ninja is another one that I just kind of like, I had no attachment to it, so I couldn't get past like the look It was just purely a ninja, and I just was like, I got it. It's amazing.
See,
The
that's how I
biggest
was
thing.
with the Iron Grenadier. The Iron
Okay.
Grenadier to me is one of the best figures that I
Hmm.
could have cared less about.
Okay. Especially with the loadout that he comes with and everything, it's phenomenal.
That
He's
loadout is
amazing.
amazing.
I think the
But
one
just the whole
that.
look, the uniform all the way down. I like Destro. When they went with the gold head and the and the gold mask and everything. I didn't really care about it at that time. I was
Mm,
starting to care more about girls than I was about GI
yep.
Joe.
Yep.
But now, so much so that I've really, embraced, that figure so much. I love that figure. But
Mm,
yeah, that was one of the ones that stood out to me as one
okay.
of the ones that they hit the mark on every point on that figure.
That yes, I couldn't agree more. I love it. But in terms of not liking it at first, I'm really trying to look around to see. There's one I'm going to save for last. That's the biggest example. But I have to admit, Ghost Viper, when it has the regular helmet, not the one with the skull on it, and not any of the goofy ones. It's like just the different kind of Viper helmet. It's got the little gold mouthpiece. I
Mhm.
think that looks phenomenal. I did not expect it to be that great. Um,
What's cool about that
um,
figure is I like using the hands and the components as if
mm,
Crystal Ball has used his quote unquote hypno powers on other characters or like the
right.
Joes.
Okay.
So like I'll put the hand on like Duke or something, and he's like looking at it like, "What the hell's happening in my hand?" Or like
Mm,
the so like or like they see that the dire wolf is like jumping out at them like it's almost like the fear venom um, that Scarecrow has in Batman. It
okay.
makes them see
Okay.
things. So they're actually seeing that happen. So instead of using it on the Viper itself, I use it on the other characters.
Oh no shit. Okay. That works.
Because
That's
if you
cool.
notice, they have that mist that's coming out of the gun that has the skull on the end of it. So it's almost like it's that's they're spraying that at their victim.
Okay.
So,
Nice. That's
but
sweet.
have you noticed that Hasbro seems to really love that clear green mold?
Yes. It's well, the Night Creeper's coming now too. I think. Listen, I was not into it as much until I got those Ghost Vipers, and then I was like, oh wait a minute, they're giving him an army, right? It's Crystal Ball has these Ghost Vipers, and now that I see the Dire Tech Night Creeper, I actually just bought. So the Ghost Viper is selling for like $100 right now on eBay. Like
Mhm.
that's
I wish
that's
I'd
what
have
it is.
gotten more of those. That's one of the figures I wish I'd gotten more. But Crystal Ball is one of those figures that I didn't really care about when he originally came out. It was a
Right.
cool
Me neither.
idea, but I didn't like it. Now, when I started doing research for Dreadnoks Rising, I realized that Crystal Ball is actually a Dreadnought, or at least affiliated.
Right. I
So
think I always felt that way. I always thought it was, adjacent at the very least, for sure.
right.
100%.
So since I was making different chapters of Dreadnoks, with biker gangs, there are biker clubs, they have different chapters. So there's like a
Okay.
chapter in Los Angeles, there's a chapter in Florida, or a chapter, wherever. So I started making different chapters as the Dreadnoks are reforming their unit and going back
Mm.
to the swamps within my Bible that I haven't really put it into the first episode that I've created. It's in it actually. He shows up in the second episode. Crystal Ball has his own club, his own chapter of the Dreadnoks in New Orleans that are more zombie type, Dreadnoks.
Mm. Okay.
So
Nice.
which is expands it, but he I don't want to go into it because eventually I'll get to that, and you'll get to see it either on television, hopefully, knock on wood, or however I can come put it together. But I have something planned really cool with Crystal Ball and his zombie dreadnought chapter.
Nice. I love it. So the number one
Voodoo Knox. That's cool. I like it.
Voodoo Knox.
Yeah. In the group, Voodoo Knox.
Yeah. That's my brother Cal. That's fucking hilarious. So the number one surprise, 100% was, so I remember seeing it and being like, it was a 2-pack, and I'm like, no. The original versions of these are so amazing that I can't even entertain the idea of seeing them in different colors. And then one day I saw a picture, somebody had hit it in just the right light, and I was like, oh, damn it, these are good, aren't they? And so I ordered it, and when it showed up, I took it out of the package, and it's definitely the time I was the most blown away is the Spirit and Low Light Mad Marauders 2-pack.
Yes.
I didn't want to like it.
Amazing.
Oh, my God. Dare I say, I like it almost as much as the original. It looks fucking crazy cool.
Somebody has done a Spirit custom where they've used the Lone Ranger from the Johnny Depp movie.
I'll tell you who that is.
Absolutely amazing.
That is Fairy Day Workaholic. When you find on Facebook, it's Fairy Day Workaholic. On Instagram, it is GI Customs. He is located over in the UK, across the pond for sure. Listen, if you see the other shit that he makes, number one, first of all, he is number one, right? There's a lot of people who do great customs. He is the Michael fucking Jordan of customs.
His paint skills are amazing.
It's ridiculous. He takes alley vipers and just like if I could afford to have him, there's this one alley viper that he did that was all black with this crazy blue, right? It's not quite navy. It's not quite cobra. It's right somewhere in the middle, and you're like, what is that? And everything is so detailed, crisp, looks amazing. I reached out. I inquired. I wanted an alley viper, and the price. Listen, the price is very fair. I know how hard and the time that it takes to do all that. I think it was going to cost, with shipping, it was going to cost me like $160, which honestly, I was like, dude, at the time I was like, I just couldn't justify it, but I was like, I will circle back. He makes like Cobra Commander and Destro customs that are just totally off the hook. But dude, the Alley Viper ones that he does are next level. Like he actually did a run of 80s action stars. He does a Marion Cobretti, which is Sylvester Stallone from the movie Cobra. That looked awesome. He does the he does do a Jack Burton from Big Trouble in Little China. Nice. But what's the other guy that Kurt Russell plays in Escape from New York? Oh, Snake Plissken. He does Snake Plissken. Man, and I'm drawing a blank on what the other ones were. But
so
dude,
you were on Destro's my spirit animal on Monday, and I was in the chat. You guys were talking. Somehow it got onto Magnum PI. That is one character I would love to see show up in G.I. Joe. For some reason, I don't know why. That would be an awesome G.I. Joe character with the mustache.
The mustache alone is like it just makes him fit. I mean, holy shit, nothing for nothing, but the fucking head sculpt I was just showing you is rather Magnum PI-ish as to begin with. Like you could literally you could use, if you put that in a Hawaiian shirt, I'd be like, oh, it's easily Magnum PI.
The Hawaiian shirt, the jeans, the white man, afro.
Yeah.
It'd be amazing.
Dude, Chuckles' partner. Chuckles needs a partner.
Totally Chuckles' partner. It'd be perfect.
I love it. Now Mo's mind says, now I want that. Yes, we all want that now. Holy fuck, that is fucking crazy.
Here's one of the things. Going to Comic-Con every year and getting to talk to Lenny and Tony and everything. I know that Lenny, not that Magnum is one of the things in his radar. I know that Lenny has said there really is nothing that's ever been G.I. Joe that's off the table.
That's off the table.
They want to do everything. The only thing that they've said that they are not allowed to discuss legally is Hooded Cobra Commander.
Hooded Cobra Commander, right?
And the legal team has said that they're not allowed to say anything other than, "Yep, okay, sure."
Right. Look, I mean, and it's just which is just such a crazy thing as it is, because just give it to us. You know what I mean? Stop fucking around. Just give it to us. It doesn't look anything like, I don't know. It doesn't
I
look
say put
anything
him in a
like.
HasLab. If you put him
Okay.
in a HasLab, then that means that person has to go out to get it. It's not in a main line. It's not in a retail store. It's not
Yeah.
on a website other than that's not for mass purchase. It's part of a HasLab. You're going to guarantee your HasLab is going to sell out to whatever tier you put that on because of the hood. But
Right. Right.
you are not going to have to worry about the legal issues of mom or dad all of a sudden walking into the room and then little
And
Johnny's painted
seeing.
the head white and going,
Right. Right.
look, he's a KKK member. You're not going to have to worry about that because the only people buying the HasLabs are us.
Right. Right.
So you make it where it's an
Okay.
exclusive thing where the customer has no choice, but unless they want it to get it.
That's such a killer idea, bro. Holy shit. Um, yeah, I mean, it's now you can just buy that Monster Force figure that comes with the head. Have you seen that? And just
And there's some
my
3D
brother,
sculpts out there that are amazing. I mean, I have like two or three
100%,
of them.
100%. Yeah, my brother,
Like
Mark Potter, excellent customizer photographer.
that one right
He
there.
did. Oh yeah, yeah, yep. There you go. Yeah, Mark did a great job with his too. I think that looks fantastic. I actually almost bought. There was a guy that I was buying some other stuff from, and he wanted to sell me. It was really expensive. He wanted to sell it to me for $40, but it was for sure the dopest hooded one I saw. And he's like, "I'll paint it." He's like, I can't do it blue, but I can do it in black." And
Yep.
and I was like, you know what? That doesn't sound bad. I wouldn't mind making a Black Cobra Commander to go with the hood. Nobody's got one of those. And it was one of those things like, I was like, I don't want to spend this money. I'll never dye the fucking thing. The head will just, the head will sit there. So I
Well,
pass on it. But
I saw someone just put on the chat that well they're okay with the stormtrooper, but there's a difference with the stormtrooper. It's just like when they put out the Indiana Jones, didn't do a Nazi or anyone that be close to a Nazi. The closest thing they did was in a white uniform. From I forget the commander's name now from Last Crusade, but they purposely would not put out anything close to being a Nazi uniform. Now I know what people are going to say. The Imperial officer uniform is a reminiscent of it, and you could
for sure,
literally turn it into it if you wanted to.
right,
But because it's from a quote unquote space drama or series, franchise that happens to be the biggest franchise ever. You can get away with it because mom and dad are not going to identify it. They're going to immediately identify it with Star Wars and not a Nazi. The hood, because he's a terrorist, I know. I have no problem with it, but I can understand it from a legal standpoint. All it takes is one person, and they're a company. They're a toy. Unfortunately, they're a toy company first, and we're a small minority of that. GI Joe is a very small minority of Hasbro. They have to think of the bigger picture.
For
and
sure.
In this day and age, it's better just decide on let's not do it than let's take the chance. I mean, things may change, but right now, you got to give them the benefit of the doubt. There's a reason that they won't do a slave Leia or bikini Leia anymore. Which because of the word slave in it. That unfortunately, the figure that they put out never had the word slave in it.
Right.
Because fans have called her "quote unquote" slave Leia, now they will never release that figure again because of the implications.
It's insane. It's the same. They won't. They don't call Boba Fett's ship was Slave One, and they don't call it that. They call it. I can't think of what it is. It's
they
like
don't call it anything now. They just call it a
ship. It's a ship.
Well, no, it's a fire spray or something. I forget the
right.
I forget it now. But you know what? They're a Fortune 500 company. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt. If you want the hooded commander, the hood's available.
It's available. It's available. I agree. And it's one of those things where it comes down to a guy making that decision goes, you know what? There's enough of a chance that I might lose the ability to pay my mortgage if this goes out there. So these guys that are crying that they don't have it can go fuck themselves because I have kids to feed. You know what I mean? Yep. And that's an unfortunate fact of big companies like that is that's sometimes how decisions get made. But I'm hopeful that we see something come around on it.
Lenny said if he could make it, he'd make it. He likes that figure. He likes that look.
Right, 100%.
I mean, there's a lot of Cobra Commander looks to his own designs.
For sure. And now, that's true.
They do listen. Lenny and Tony do listen,
yes.
And they pay attention to what's going on online because if you notice when Serpentor started showing up in 3D prints a lot, we got him pretty quickly after.
We got him pretty quick. It's true.
And there's a lot of other characters like that.
Speaking of which, this has been something that's been brought up a lot because the price of a vamp is so outrageous. It's at this rate. It will be $400 by the time it's summer, right? Like it is skyrocketed to such a crazy extent that they see the secondary market that's being created. How much people are paying on eBay for these things? Why in the world would they not put it out again? Like we all know, they don't feel like they hold some kind of an allegiance to the people who bought it first. They don't give a fuck about that. It's like got to be one of those things where. Did they move on from the tooling? Did they change the tooling to something else? Because they would. Do you know how many of those things they would fucking sell, bro? I would go and buy one like immediate. I have one.
There are certain things that they have to wait a certain amount of time. Like with the HasLab stuff, I think it's like 3 years from when they introduce it that they can put out a different mold or a different version of it. So like the Hiss now, we're getting an Arctic Hiss, which is going to be, I think, December. So it's going to be 3 years since it was released. Now it can be re-released.
Yeah.
I think that's why we haven't gotten a Wild Bill, a retro Wild Bill, which, by the way, I'll just say it right now. Wild Bill in the Dragonfly, as much as I love it, it's a great looking figure, should not have been in that HasLab, or at least not that version.
Okay.
Because of doing that, they cannot release it mainline yet. So everybody that didn't get a HasLab or didn't get the Dragonfly cannot get a Wild Bill yet.
I think didn't we hear he's coming this year though? I think he's coming this year. I think they must have
thought that the one that they just read.
For sure. But I thought 100%. But I thought that there was other report. Maybe I'm confusing that with something else. I thought for sure.
Do it. If it won't be. It'll have to be a retro version or something different than the version. The version that.
That's what it would be, brother. I believe that it was a retro version that was coming of Wild Bill, like probably more.
Sundown.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Sundown. Thank you. Thank you. Me neither. I
love that figure.
Yes, I do. I agree.
The only way that figure would have been even better is if he was Native American.
Oh, he's not?
Isn't he? Is he?
I thought, because I thought he's the brother to Headman, and I thought that they were both. I thought that they were both something.
Because he's based off of the Cops figure, right?
Yes. So there's a little bit of confusion there. The code name I think is the same, but you know how they have his real name? Somehow it's different. So like his real name is different, but the actual code name Sundown is the same. And I do believe it was meant to basically be off of that guy. K-Addict 3158.
He may be Latino, but I mean, I would love to see more Native American, indigenous characters. To go with Spirit. I love Spirit. That Spirit figure, the classified Spirit figure, is amazing. It's one of the best figures. It may be the best figure that was released that year.
Yeah. I probably. I don't have the list of the years in front of me, but I mean, when it comes to the best classified figures, he's got to be top 5. Like, see, it's hard for me to say those things because there's the way that the figures look to at most people, and then there's the things that they look to me because I'm viewing it through the lens of my lifelong obsession with guys like Beachhead, right? So like, obviously Retro Beachhead is probably not what anybody would vote as like but it's one of my favorites. The Night Force Beachhead is one of my favorites, but it's not. But if you were really naming them, I mean, we're looking at Cobra Island, Major Blood. I think Wolf Spider has to be named no matter like what. He's great. But especially when you're naming the Joes, you have to put Spirit out there.
Yeah. It's funny is I've never cared about Beachhead. Never.
For some reason, a lot of people say that.
For some reason. But here's the funny thing. Within my book, within Protocol G.I. Joe, I gave him my most favorite scenes and line of the whole book.
Okay. I love it.
When I read the section of what I wrote for Beachhead, I get emotional because it's in a very emotional spot within the book. But just what he talks about and what he says and what he does within that moment, it's so not Beachhead, but at the same time, it's so Beachhead, and it's
all right.
And it just what I wrote with it is just it's my favorite part of the whole book, and
nice.
I like it. It's because he's probably my least favorite character.
No shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is for a person who really wasn't a fan of like Authority for whatever reason, man. I absolutely love me some Beachhead. I always have.
Now I'll tell you what. In Skybound, what they wrote with him so far, I love it. It's amazing because he's what he's supposed to be. This loner, this real,
right.
He doesn't want to be around people, but and what they written with him is just brilliant. I can't
awesome.
I can't say enough about that series. It's just it's so good.
My brother Cal says they had a canceled Dreadnought who was Native American. They should revisit. Oh, dude, yeah. I would say any Native American, or anything that they had, like any kind of Dreadnought. I think that they should revisit. You know what I mean? 100%. Like that just sounds fucking incredible.
Dreadnoughts, you can, like I said, you can have different chapters. You can bring them in, and for certain missions, it's almost like Mask. They ask the computer which Mask agents that they want to be on this mission. You go to a certain area. There's some Dreadnoughts that aren't that aren't normally with the group that you can bring in, or you can call them in because they do special things. That's the cool thing. That's the cool thing about the Dreadnoughts is that they can be everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Yes. Dude, that's awesome. I mean, what a versatile group too. Like it's a bunch of crazy people. You know what I mean? Yeah. The Dreadnoughts always reminded me of, in my high school, there was a group of teenagers that got arrested for grave robbing, legitimately digging up graves for gold teeth and shit like that, for money to make acid. Right? How crazy? Oh, wow. Not even crack. We need money to buy the shit so we can make fucking acid. Anyways, they always Dreadnoughts reminded me of those kids because they were like, these kids, how in the 80s, there was like the Tipper Gore raging against heavy metal music. Heavy metal music was Satan, fucking the whole thing. Like everybody I knew loved heavy metal music.
Metal kid. I'm still a heavy metal kid.
Yes, for sure. I just tucked my hair up into my hat.
We created our own gang at my middle school. We called it ourselves Youth Gone Wild after the Skid Row song.
Oh, nice. Great song too.
The worst thing we did was spray paint the side of the school. We were
right. Oh no, it's no, for sure.
You were heavy metal kids. Stranger Things, the Hellfire Club.
Yep.
That's what we were.
100%.
That's what an 80s kid was. The rebellion kid in the 80s was.
For sure.
That's what the Dreadnoughts are. Well, to the nth degree, but
no, but in short, but no, I was babysat by this girl, Kristen, that lived a couple doors down. Me and my sister would go there in the summertime when my mom and my dad were working. And her brother, who was a great guy, I even knew him later in life. He married one of my friend's sisters, but he was a metal dude back then. He had the black light posters, used to listen to all kinds of heavy metal and shit. And he was just 100%. He was also the embodiment of like the Hellfire Club. So it was weird where I grew up. Like everybody loved heavy metal. So like I had an uncle who was very young, and he even like I remember riding in his big Bronco. We had a pair of kickers in the back, and he would always blast like some Judas Priest, some Megadeth, shit like that. We were actually just talking about Megadeth on the timeline.
I love Megadeth.
Dude, Rust in Peace has some absolutely amazing songs on there. The Holy Wars, The Punishment Due, that song is ridiculous. And oh God, what's the other one? We were just talking about it today. I'm not going to remember the other one. I spread disease like a dog, discharge my payload. What the fuck is that? It's my favorite one on the album. I can't remember it to save my life, but yeah, great brand, great album. So Rock Lockdown says, I'm out. Great hang. Be safe this weekend. See everyone next week. All right, brother. Thanks for coming through. And everybody remember, Alley Vipers are the best for sure. Appreciate it, brother.
Alley Vipers are awesome.
Yeah. It's always been like
I have a cool little part with the Alley Vipers in there.
Oh, dude, you gotta have some. One of my biggest disappointments with Resolute was when Scarlett was like, the elevator went ding, and they cut to Scarlett, and she's like, "Oh no, Alley Vipers!" And in that moment, I was like, only for them to go
like the other troopers.
They're regular troopers. Like I was like, no, this is
fucking. They took him out with a grenade. They took him out with one grenade.
It was awful. It was awful. Yeah, Alley Vipers have always been my favorite. So like I said, I always held Beachhead. First of all, Destro and Snake Eyes are above all lists, right? You don't put them in with lists. Of course, they're like the best. So I always kind of had Beachhead as number one, but literally right below Beachhead, I always had Shockwave and the Alley Viper. They were tied for second right there. And Shockwave's card art is probably my favorite. It's so insane. I used to just stare at it.
Alley Viper had the coolest gun. His weapon was the best. The visor was great.
Yep.
One of the coolest things they did with the classified with the shield was they put a digital display in it.
Yes.
So they could see behind the shield.
Yes.
I was like, that was brilliant.
Yes, 100%. And it was just, they didn't even have to go too crazy. You just had to put something there that makes it look like there's a sun, they can see.
And the color scheme.
So amazing. So like the way I always talked about it is, and still talk about it, is like they're not camouflaged. Obviously, it's the opposite. They're like announcing, like they roll. That's why I love how they roll out of the back of the Atlas, and they are like, "Yo, we're here to fucking fight. We are right over here." Like we're not trying to be sneaky. We're not trying to hide. We got our shields out, and we want to have a gunfight. So come on, let's go.
Totally.
So, yep. Big Red says, I'm crashing. Looking forward to reading the book. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you, Red. Appreciate it. Have a good night, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. Excellent dude, pillar of the community, Big Red. Yeah, man. Listen, it was a long work week for everybody. I think everybody that I've spoken to is just having shit going on in their own life and fucking. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we're old. It's 11. So the books. I know we've kind of jumped in and out of it a little bit, but just to kind of get the broad view. So when did you write these books? Like when has this been something that you've been working on? They both finally come together, or tell us a little bit about that.
I started writing my first book in '99.
Okay.
Which is a vampire novel that it takes place in Victorian Europe. It's about a vampire that when he consumes somebody's blood, he takes their soul. So their souls interact with him as his conscience and help him through his journey.
Okay.
So it's kind of the best way to describe it is Bram. The way I've always described it is Bram Stoker meets Tolkien, and they had a baby. So, it's Lord of the Rings meets
Okay,
Bram Stoker's Dracula.
that's pretty
Um,
cool.
and
I can dig that.
it has some, with all of my books, really, they have a realistic feel to them. So they take place within a real world that you can feel, places that that you can visit, that events that have actually happened in real life, that within that time period. So this is like 1870, when it takes place. So
Okay,
there's a cholera outbreak that happens in France at that time, which ties into the book. The character meets Lewis Carroll, who wrote Alice in Wonderland, at a party, and he actually meets, well, I'm not going to say that because that kind of gives away
okay,
something.
okay,
But
okay.
but it, as everything I do, it expounds on the lore that's already there. So the lore of Dracula and vampires, I've taken what was there and added my own flair to it. So that would, the first book of the series. The series is A Vampire's Desire. The first book that's out now is Soul Reaver, because
Okay.
that's what the character that's what he is. He's a soul reaver. He takes somebody's soul and makes it part of his own. You can pick it up on Amazon. So I'm shamelessly plugging right now. So yeah, you can go
No,
there.
no shame here. Plug
Yeah,
all of it.
you can type in RA Rain or Soul Reaver and you should be able to find it. Or go to my Instagram and I will put a link up there again tonight. But
Okay.
there's it's not just a normal vampire story. It's a hero's journey, let's say.
Okay. Okay. I
It's
like it.
trying to get the ring to Mordor. It's Luke
Nice,
trying to
nice.
destroy the Death Star.
Okay.
There's a there's more to it than just sucking the blood of your victims.
That's what I'm talking about. I
Um,
like it.
but that was the first one I started writing, and it took me 20 years to get the courage enough to put it out there.
Nice. Fuck yeah.
And GI
And you
Joe was
said that
actually,
and you said that one is available now.
that one's available now. Yeah.
Okay. I'm
GI
gonna be
Joe was
buying
actually
that tonight,
this.
brother. I didn't know that
Yeah.
you had some. I didn't know that that was available now. Yeah, you
Oh yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
consider you're gonna see at least one getting sold today. I'm definitely
Thank you
buying
very
it.
much. Thank you very much.
100%.
I
Yep.
will definitely put the link up on my Instagram page so you can get to it.
Is there a
My
better place to buy it from? Like, do you like is like, oh, if you buy it from the website, I get more money, or as opposed to Amazon? Is there
my
a
website's down
preferred?
right now because
Okay,
I'm doing some
okay,
updates and changes to it. I
okay.
wasn't happy with it, and since it was expiring, I just let it go so I can go ahead and just fix it better.
There you go.
So
Okay,
hopefully
sounds good.
within the next couple weeks, I was
Yep.
trying to wait until I was getting ready to launch GI Joe to relaunch the website. So I was going to do
Okay,
all that
sounds
around the
good.
same time. But GI Joe was actually the second book I started writing, and it's taken me a little while to do it because I've been patiently waiting on Hasbro. But now I'm at the point where it's like, if they send me a letter, a cease and desist letter, then it means that I'm on their radar and we can negotiate.
Well, listen, I think I might have told you this offline that I know two people who went through something similar, and that they finally they pressed and pressed for an answer, and then they got the no. They went ahead, did it anyway, and there's never been an issue. So I mean, you never know. I mean, I'm sure there's a point where they want to get their beak wet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, if I
But
sell 10,000 copies, it's a bestseller. I'm sure they'll notice it then.
sure,
But
I agree. I agree.
it's like the artist that's in Artist Alley at a convention. If unless you sell, you can sell all the superheroes, the Captain Americas that you want. It's not until Marvel notices that you've been selling, you're outselling their product, that they're going to say
Yes.
something.
Yes, yes. And at this point, there's really nothing out there that you can purchase for GI Joe. So, if you can listen, I hope it's as successful as I think it should be, and I'd love to see it where it works out that you're able to put more time in to write more. Because look, I'll read just about anything. Like I'm interested, so I know. Actually, I need to reach out to Mark. He had mentioned something when we were on last week. He was thinking about writing like a comic book and asked if I wanted to take some pictures to illustrate the pictures with the words. And I was like, yeah, we'd have to do a little planning. I'd have to spend a couple days building some different dio backgrounds because dude, there's nothing I want to do more than build dioramas and take photos of it. Nothing.
Yeah.
A close second.
I love doing that.
It's my favorite thing. But the problem is now my time for it is so limited that like it's very difficult because again, I like setting up a decent sized shot. I'm trying to get better at being happy with just like 2 or 3 figures in a close proximity, right? Every time I do it, the shot looks great. For some reason, I'm like, I gotta build this fucking thing.
It's all about finding the right angles to put the figures in,
Yes, yes.
Because you can stack them. Like even when I was setting this up, I was looking at them in the camera, and it's like, well, some of them were placed right, but then if I moved them closer, or if I stacked them a certain way, all of a sudden they'd start to pop, and I'm like, okay, well that's the way it should sit. And it's the same thing with the dioramas.
Nice.
But yeah, no,
yes.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah. I need to be able to feel more fulfilled by just setting up something small like that. Like if you look at my like especially on Instagram or the Viper Den Studios on Twitter, where I have the just the finished photography, a lot of them are big, rather elaborate style sets, and I just got to find a way. Like, so really what I would need to do is I have the idea for it. I just need to set up about a dozen different walls, right? That I can all just change in different ways, even if it's something like, I don't know, just like 3 feet by 30 inches, you know what I mean? Like 3 different or a dozen different ones of those that I can configure into a bunch of different rooms. I have so many like parts and pieces over here that I've been collecting for like the last year, and they're all ready to be used, but it's the time. I have to find the time. That's why I'm really trying to figure out a sweet spot here where I can monetize some of it, right?
I'm right there with you. I love setting up dioramas and stuff, but I've been so busy working on, some of these books, some of the other books. I was just updating this romantic comedy that I've written that, I went back and changed the cover for it for the, another time, and went in and made some tweaks to it, and doing the same thing with GI Joe before, because I want it to be perfect, especially GI Joe. GI Joe, I wanted to be perfect before I got it out there. So I went back and I really went through some of the little key things and changed some of the things that I found where I was able to add some really deep cuts that that some people may not even know exist, but I was able to find them and tie them into like Transformers or something else that and in ways that you wouldn't expect. And I wanted to have that perfect before I really put it out there, because I know how passionate these fans are, and I know how much of this community is craving good content.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I mean, the one book that we have out there right now is the GI Joe Classified YA book that they put out like 5 years ago. That's not done very good at all. The comic books. Mike Costa did an amazing job when he did the GI Joe and the Cobra books, and the stuff he came up with for Cobra Law during that book was fantastic. And so that's what I've aspired to do is when I'm writing, is to create something that the GI Joe community would be proud of. So that's why I've waited, till now to really be able to start putting it out there.
Well, I think that that's an incredibly wise move in the sense that I think everybody has had enough of the crap, basically, you know what I mean? And that everybody is quick to like judge, so to speak, because everybody, it's like a hair trigger thing, right? Where people are like, oh, they're every time that something gets, I slap the GI Joe name on it, it just never gets the attention or anything, and so people have this preconceived notion that it's going to suck because we have no evidence of there being good stuff, and so you're up against the 8 ball in that regard, but. I think you did an excellent job in how you decided to do that and make it perfect first, because just again, in reading just a very little bit in the beginning, you can feel it, you can tell, you're like, this is what we're looking for. This is what we've been thirsty for this whole entire fucking time, right? Like take the lore and the love that we have for the figures that are there, but make it into a real-time thing, right? Something that sounds like there's actually people sitting in a room that's important in the White House having a discussion about something. And I think like the little joke about how, I can't remember if it was General Flagg or General Hawk, where they mentioned, they're like, yeah, we know we've had these bad, shitty acronyms, but here is what we got. Yeah. Like, I feel like you're addressing the comedic, there's not a comedy aspect to G.I. Joe necessarily. It's more you're addressing the fact that we're taking a cartoon and making it real, and serious, but in a good way.
I'll give you, okay. Here's a little spoiler, but it's worthwhile, and it goes right to your point. So I told you that Jerica has to come in and help them fix their PR, right? That has to help them rebrand themselves. Duke is very skeptical about her helping, and he says, "Well, what are you going to do? Turn us into a cartoon or some action figure line,
right?
Or have us do some cheesy PSAs? I don't want to, I don't want to do that."
Right.
You're right. In that first chapter, the vice president said, GI Joe versus Cobra sounds like a bad Saturday morning cartoon, and Hawk is like, no, I think it sounds more like an action adventure Saturday afternoon.
Yes, it's perfect. It's perfect.
I wasn't afraid to acknowledge that there is some silliness within GI Joe.
Sure,
but I was also I wanted, especially between the exchange with the vice president and Hawk. I wanted it to be like, no, we're aware of what this sounds like, but this is why we do that. We do this job.
Right.
We have a reason to be here, even though you don't think we deserve to be here.
Yeah, exactly. It's and it's a rich sentiment there in that, I think anybody who's ever had a job where somebody that's up above you is telling you what to do when they have no fucking idea how to do what you do. And so it's like that power factor where here's a pencil pusher person who's most likely been behind a desk their whole life, trying to tell the people putting their lives in harm's way that they're not necessary, right? And what kind of conflict that causes in the moment. Because believe me, the reason I've worked myself for 25 years is because of that factor. Now, there was a 10-year span where I technically worked for the state, but it was like I was hired on the basis that I was doing contracting separately as like an independent person. And then I convinced them, I was like, listen, here's what you have going on. This is what I can do for you. I would just need this. And it's a union job. So they had to find the already existing position to put me in and give me the thing. And my kids were just being born. So I wanted these benefits. I was thinking about a retirement. Ultimately, in the end, I just.
Uh-oh. You got muted. I can see your mute button on. Oh.
There we go. Sorry.
There we go.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. So there's two headsets. It told me a little while ago that they were dying. So I took one out and put it in the thing to charge. And then that one died. So I just tried to, sorry. So my point was, and Cal, I've discussed this with Cal before too. What he does, I wondered if so it's very similar where you're just anyways, long story short, there I wound up having people that had no idea about what they were telling me how to do. They came like these private investors came in, and then the next thing you know, they were just like, we want you to do this and do that, and I was like, oh no, that's not what I'm here to do, and what you're asking me to do is totally stupid anyway. And then that was it. I wound up leaving, but yeah, so that conflict resonated with me.
I'll let you in on a little secret. That little section right there between the exchange between the vice president and Hawk was the fans, for the fans. It was a metaphor that for the fans that have heard it all their life, that why do you like G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe's stupid. You're stupid for liking G.I. Joe. You're a grown adult. Why do you like toys and stuff like that? That was me telling the audience, me being the voice of the audience through Hawk.
Yes. Yeah.
Telling them it's okay. We know it's what it is, and we still like it, and we still need it here. It still means something to us and still has a purpose.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, and that's it. You have an amazing way of weaving these very important things into what is an economy of words, right? And when you're, when you are writing something that you want to keep people interested in, you do that. I'm terrible with that, right? I'm like a Dean Koontz rambler. Where I'm sorry, I'm not comparing my writing skills to Dean Koontz. I'm just saying that he tends. I'm not doing that. He just tends to also, but just out of curiosity, Dean Koontz, False Memory. You ever read that book?
I haven't. I will check it out.
So it's one of my all-time favorites. You absolutely have to check that out. But yeah, I tend to take a long, winding road to explain, what I had. But yeah, so I that's why I very much appreciate when I see how you do it and in the way that you do it. And plus, also, because when you sneak something in, there's a level of trust that the reader is going to pick up on, or even know that like this cut that you're sliding in exists, right? And I think that circles back to the thing that I was kind of saying earlier about how there ain't no such things as halfway crooks, right? We're all obsessed here, and chances are that your efforts into writing that deep cut into a paragraph will bear fruit in the end. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh my God, Cal's completely right. Battlefield Earth is so much rambling. He is 100% right. Sorry, I just saw that and I had to say that because, oh my God, that book drove me insane.
Is it as bad? That's L. Ron Hubbard wrote that, right?
It is.
For sure, right?
Oh
my God. And then they made that craptacular movie that had John Travolta, which I think that was like what in essence was the nail in the coffin to his career until Pulp Fiction came, or something along those lines. And then wasn't Ghost Dog, who's Forrest Whitaker, he was in that too, wasn't he?
Yeah.
What a fucking terrible. I saw. Oh my God. I'm trying to think.
The movie was bad, but the book was just. You want to talk about word vomit?
Right. Now, does it have any, is it like rooted in the Scientology? Because Scientology is about like, where are all the souls from that planet or something? I don't know. Something like that.
It's woven into it. But yeah, good God.
It's that bad. That's hilarious. Sometimes when shit's that bad, you kind of go, you're like, maybe I should check this out just to see how bad this is.
I mean, there's some books that are long, right? Dune is a very long book.
Okay.
But it keeps you interested. I said it earlier. When you're writing, especially when you're writing a script, words matter. You have so much time, so much space that you have to. Everything has to tie in together, right? So you don't write something in there that just is arbitrary. You want something that's in there that leads to something, or has a reason to being in there. With my books, all of my books, I've managed to somehow tie them together. Whether it's my romantic comedy that I wrote, or my vampire novel or GI Joe, there's some element that ties them all together, but it doesn't feel like I'm throwing it in your face. You know,
Right. Also
I
important.
slip it in
Yeah.
there. I slip it in there in a way that if you've read my other stuff or something, you'll go, oh wait, I know those words, or wait, I understand. I do that with dialogue too within it. You know, I'll slip in a favorite line of a movie or something into it. Sometimes I do it where it's blatantly obvious. Sometimes I do it
Okay.
where you won't know that what that means. Like I said with numbers, there's numbers within that GI Joe that unless you're a collector of classified, you won't know what they mean.
Okay.
You know, or if you've read a comic book, you won't know what they unless you've read that comic book, you won't know what they mean. Or if
Oh,
or when that
yeah.
episode aired, you won't know you won't know what that means. But it's in
Um,
there.
you use numbers to describe the two Cobra troopers that are outside Cobra Commander's office, and I'm not sure I fully know what that is, but I definitely made a mental note that I was like, oh, this means something. He didn't just come up with these numbers. This definitely means something, and I can't wait to
Is
figure
that
that out.
are they 163 and 190 187?
It's
163
like
190
S
187?
SG 1. Yes, I think it's the starts with SG, but I think those are the numbers, right?
SG would be the shadow guard. So
Shadow.
that's their
Ah, yes,
designation.
yes, yes. Yep.
And the 190 or 1963 is the year that the GI Joe 12-inch line came out.
No
And
shit.
then the next one is, I believe it, because there's so many numbers in there. So I believe the next one is the year that either the comic book or the toy line, the Real American Hero toy line came out.
No shit.
And,
Oh,
yeah, and it's like that with every number. Like I said, every number designation in there is from something.
huh. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, that's the kind of shit that really hits with me. And and once you start to see those little things, you're then more now looking for them, right? You're more trying to find different meanings in the things that you're saying. Because again, writing a book is gotta get the shit in there. By doing it that way, you almost have to layer multiple things into what you're saying, because you can't write a page that should just be a paragraph, right? So if you find the right combination of words, you can magically compact everything like that. So I think yeah, and right, and like Dreadnought says, so got to read it twice. Now a lot of books I read multiple times. Like my favorite book, which is the Descent by Jeff Long. I've probably read that book a dozen times. I'm reading it again right now, as a matter of fact, on and off. I have it on the nightstand and I kind of just pick it up and continue with it. If you haven't read that book, it's amazing. I was told that it was supposed to be part of a trilogy. They did come out with a second part called Deeper, and it was absolutely fantastic. But I just can't remember if it was supposed to be if there was supposed to be a third. Somebody told me there was a third, and I remember looking, and I keep like trying to follow Jeff Long, but he's not like active on social media or anything whatsoever. So I have like no idea if the book is ever fucking coming or not. So Trollbot,
So
thanks for coming
no,
by, buddy.
you're
Jesus
right. You're
Christ.
right because I know my wife read my so last year for our wedding anniversary, my wife asked me to write her a book. So I wrote her a romantic comedy called Ruby Someday, and she's read it 3 times now. And she said the first time she read it, she read it from the point of view of one character, then realized that when she read it the second time, the book was actually about the other character. That it was more about the other character than the first character that she thought it was about. She said,
Huh.
it completely blew my mind the second time I read it because I got elements that I didn't feel were there or I didn't know were there the first time. And like I said,
Okay. Yeah.
my wife's my biggest critic. So if she likes it, then I know that
It's good. Nice. I
yeah.
love it. I love it.
She read Dreadnoks Rising, and she told me she thinks that may be the best thing I've written.
No
And I
shit.
was
That's
and
fantastic.
that's the script. So that's the pilot for a series. And
Yeah.
she has no connection to bikers or to dreadnoughts or do anything within that world. And she's like, this I really, really like.
Okay, that's awesome. That's
So,
awesome. I love the way that sounds.
and it
I
ties into protocol.
which is also, I mean, that's the thing, and I think we kind of touched on this when we were both on Mark's show, is that there is just such a treasure trove, a wealth of like of storylines and shit that you can do, you know what I mean? And like I just like with all the different characters, like again, the Dreadnoks themselves can have like a whole series of television shows, right? You could have like Tiger Force wouldn't be as easy, like as cool to do on TV as Night Force. Yeah, you make Night Force a special division of GI Joe that is like it's a clandestine group inside a clandestine group, right? The most elite of the elite is Night Force.
Well, that's kind of what they, with Skybound, with the Energon, with the new GI Joe, with the Energon verse, they have Duke's GI Joe, and then they have Flint's GI Joe, which is more of a covert special ops that won't be the Boy Scout that Duke is. That will go in, and do the Night Force stuff. That will go in and do the assassinations or do the more ambiguity stuff. You could totally do that. You could totally do that, especially with streaming services now. You could do a Night Force limited series.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Hell yeah!
Or you do a Jungle Force where they go into the swamp and they have to go after do a certain mission or something. Where you can do these small little sub stories that still are part of the bigger story. That it's almost like what Marvel was doing with what they're the stuff that they're doing on Disney Plus, where they're not necessarily. You don't have to watch WandaVision to know what's going on with Doctor Strange and the multiverse. But if you want to know more of how she got there and why it happened, go back and watch it.
Right.
If you're one of those people that wants to know everything, you're going to watch it all. But if you're the person that only watches the movies, you don't have to watch the TV shows. Or if you just watch the TV shows, you don't have to watch the movies. And G.I. Joe can do the exact same thing because it lends itself to that automatically.
Absolutely. That's a great point. Something that you said struck a chord with me. My brother Evan sent me a bunch of these absolutely wonderful comics, the Energon universe, right? And there's a section in here where it's Flint and Lady J are trying to recruit Beachhead to it.
Yes.
And he's basically like, yeah, nah, I don't want fucking. The line is,
he doesn't want to be
like,
an instructor.
My orders were where is it here? Our missions will be a bit different. Next level, top secret, operating in the shadows, dealing with things no one can ever know about. And he's basically just that there it is. He's like, God, I don't have my glasses on. He's like, I already heard about all Conrad's team. Bunch of damn cheerleaders fighting robots. Not for me, no thank you. And then basically like they run down and it's just like they crack open the case to reveal the bat. And he's like, yeah, we don't play by the rules. And I was like, oh snap, that's that hot shit right there. That's what I'm talking about.
That was such a great issue. I have, because of space, not having enough space in my place. I started and having a library, in my hallway. I started getting trades instead of singles a long time ago. So I'm collecting them as trades. So I'm waiting until April which starts the Dreadnought Wars. But I just finished up that one, which had that Beachhead scene where because he's going after a target that ends up he's supposed to be alone, but he ends up being with a couple women or something. And the mission goes sideways or something, and that's why Lady J and Flint show up. But it's brilliant, and like I said, I've never cared about Beachhead, but either because of what I've written with him and the research I've done to know that character more. When I read that, I was like, "This is cool. Beachhead is cool."
Yes. Very good. Fucking Happy Play Doctor says that L. Ron Hubbard classified would be awesome. His
Right there
code,
with Magnum PI. You put
yeah,
Magnum PI and Rambo together.
his code name would be Agent Xenu or L. Ron Stinky Teeth. I
Nice.
love it. I love it. Happy Plague Doctor also says Aleister Crowley classified. That would go hard, right? I'm pretty sure
Ooh.
you could. Yeah, there's that fella there, Art Facto, I think his name is. He puts out the and Carnage Toy Photo. They put out these AI digital renders that they make up for what we could be getting, and I have to be honest with you, a lot of them look really fucking awesome.
Well, then, if you're going to do an Aleister Crowley classified, then I want a Aleister Fiend Dreadnought, and I want an Eddie Dreadnought. So Aleister Fiend was Motley Crue's Motley Crue's mascot that they did. He had long hair, you never saw his eyes, and they always had the guitar on their T-shirts. And then Eddie from Iron Maiden. I want those as Dreadnoughts.
Ooh, actually, Eddie from Iron Maiden would be dope.
Eddie from Iron Maiden be a zombie trooper.
Yes, right? Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would take any kind of an action figure, really, that, some of them were different iterations of Eddie, with the thing in his ears and the bolted in fucking eye thing. I think that would be awesome too. Cal says, okay, everyone, I have some OT in the morning, so I'm going to have to say goodnight. Great show. Hope you all have a good night. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Good luck on that OT tomorrow. Yeah.
Have a good night. Definitely. Hit me up on Instagram or anything, and get to know me more, or I'll get to know you more.
Nice.
However you want to do it.
For sure. Cal's awesome. Cal's the best, for sure. Thank you, brother. Our carded king, everybody. Send him off into the night.
Eddie as leader of the zombie troopers would be awesome. Yes.
Yes. Totally. Yes. Oh, right. That was the leader there.
Speaking of the character Eddie, I'll give you another little tiny hint. I'm a Stranger Things fan, right?
As am I.
If you pay attention, there's a character that is from Hawkins that is in G.I. Joe that's all I'm going to say, but there is a Stranger Things tie-in nod within the book.
Huh. I'm trying to think. Man, that's interesting. I can't wait to get to that, because I myself,
like I said, there's little things in there that I hope people will reread it just to go, wait, I missed that, or wait, did I just read what I think I read?
Right. Listen, I feel like the G.I. Joe universe is such a wide-spreading thing that you could tie in any of these kind of things in a way, I mean, that's the beauty of headcanon, right? Is that we all can add our own things in. It's like the best example of that is as Russ Sewage actually mentioned in his post today about the Televiper, is you can make that gun that he comes with be whatever the fuck you want it to be, right? It could shoot lasers, it could shoot nothing, it can just take pictures. Like, it doesn't matter. It can be what you want it to be. And
I don't know if you saw it on Monday night. I said, when you guys were talking about that on Destra's my spirit animal, his show, I said that I always thought that was a sonic weapon because he's a Televiper.
Right.
I always thought that it was shot at like a sonic beam out.
Or something, right? That's right. I did as well. I didn't know it's some kind of a camera, basically. Like, holy shit.
But it does look like a camera too. Now, I don't know if you saw it also, because you guys were talking about Torch's weapon. When I did the research for Torch,
that's right,
Dreadnoughts Rising, it's actually a welding torch that he turned into a flamethrower.
That's
so he's not very
crazy.
bright, but he was smart enough to be able to
figure that out.
When it came to things like that, he was a genius. Other times, he was stupid as anything.
Listen, I knew a person like that. He used to work on cars. Dumb as a box of fucking rocks, but if you've got something going on in there that's not working, he's going to ferret out that problem and solve it. But literally,
on the autistic spectrum that are like that.
Right. I mean, this dude literally could not. he could barely even take care of himself. He was so, you know what I mean, just not with it. But yet, you know, when it came to welding something together or taking something apart to find it. Now, of course, as we all got older and cars became so much more electronic, he was less, he wasn't as good at it at that point. But no, like he works anyway. He went to work for like a body shop, just fixing and repairing like dents and shit. But when it came to everything else, the dude had no fucking clue. No
My
clue.
daughter's 18, and I tried to teach her how to change her own oil, because that's something that I feel like you should learn how to do, change your own, you should be able to change your own tire, change your own oil, things like that, right? But because of the way the cars are now, it gets to be, I have a 2013 Camaro, right? And my battery, when you open the hood up to go, do jumper cables on somebody's car,
you got to take off the air intake. What?
Or you have to be able to do you have to ground it and then put it onto a positive. There's not a battery there like you used to have in your in your older cars. There's so many things that are different that you almost can't work on your own car anymore, and it drives me nuts.
It is for sure. It is for sure that way. So my dad and his dad had a mechanic shop, and basically once they started introducing, where my dad was like, I can't remember. I think it was in the 80s. They finally introduced the machine that you plugged into the car and it would tell you like the trouble codes and all that.
Yep.
And he was like, yeah. Once that happened, he was like, I'm out. He's like, I immediately didn't like it anymore. And so, they wound up selling the shop and everything because he didn't want to take it over. And he had like 5 brothers too. It was a nightmare. But it was, you should. There's a reason for that, bro. The powers that be don't want us to be self-reliant. There's a reason that they have crazy shit like you can't grow food in your own backyard and then try to say, oh, well, because of this contamination that the soil and you could get sick. Then let me worry about that, bro. It's my land, my food. I'll put it in my fucking body. Why would you do that? There's a reason they don't want us to be self-sufficient. They want us sucking off the teat at every turn, and then it were easier to control that way. And they're doing a great job at it, by the way. All these powers that be, they are really knocking it out of the park.
Again, that's why the dreadnoughts are so important, because they don't give a shit and they do things on their own. That's why I tell you, the dreadnoughts
for sure
are one of the most important things within G.I. Joe. I'm just going to say that right there.
I
not to say I don't love G.I. Joe. I love the G.I. Joe side of things.
Right.
But Cobra and Dreadnoughts, they have an appeal to them because they have a truth to them, that's outside of what we are, quote unquote, trained to believe.
Right.
I hope that makes sense. I hope that's not too political.
No, it does. No, that's fine. G.I. Joe guy is out. My brother Conrad, have a good night, my dude. I missed you. Sorry about that. Play Doctor says the dumbest person I know can rebuild a Chevy 350 blindfolded. Yeah, that's basically what I'm talking about. Your buddy there,
like
and this guy. Yep, 100%. And it was crazy too. Like this one dude. Actually, there was one guy who was not too stupid. He has a successful repair shop where he actually fixed cars, but like. Anybody that he used to have working there, you start talking to the person and the way that they sound, you're like, I don't think I want you touching anything of mine, right? But they're good. They know what they're doing, but they just scare the shit out of you because they sound like they have the IQ of a stop sign. And here they are with these tools in these hands.
I had a friend growing up that could barely read, but rebuilt a 69 Camaro that was so cherry that it's become my all-time favorite car. If I could have any car in the world, it's this big block cherry, Holly 4-barrel 69 Camaro that this man built. And it had slick tires on the back. He had raised it up just like 4 inches from on the back end, and it was I think it was a 350 big block.
Ooh, I mean, nice.
The car was so amazing, and if I could have that car right now, I would die to have it. And
that's fucking awesome.
I'm telling you, he could barely read at all, even at a kindergarten level.
Listen, a lot of kids slip through the cracks, right? I mean, you think about, I can think of a couple of people off my head. One of them is a good friend of mine that literally didn't know how to read until he was in his 30s. And this was like a person that has held jobs his whole entire time. His wife was actually a teacher. Now his wife obviously knew, and she would bring it up, and he would be like, I don't fucking care. I've made it this far. I don't need to do it. But then eventually it was something had come up, and he was getting a new job, and he had to prove he had at minimum a GED, and he didn't have a GED because he quit. So he had to learn how to read so he could pass the GED test, and he did. He did. I was very proud of him. It was also interesting when he finally admitted openly to us that he couldn't read, because we all knew. Like, we would be sitting there. It was one time he had me and one of our other friends over, we were doing, it was built, I'm trying to remember, I don't remember what we were building, but I remember he was like, kept looking at the instructions and was trying to tell us what to do. We had to start it over like 2 times. You know what? I wasn't even there for that. I came later, now that I think about it. And then finally everybody was like, okay, just give us the instructions. We'll fucking, we'll read the thing. But yeah, I was super proud of him for that. It's admitting you have a problem is the hardest part of the problem a lot of times. And so, yeah, I was glad he ponied up and got it. Yeah. Shout out to Nick if he's watching.
That's why Torch is one of my favorite characters. I mean, he's not my favorite drug. But it's funny is when you put him and Buzzer together, because Buzzer, Buzzer's
genius.
He's a genius. Yeah, he's an Oxford graduate. He's a psychologist. You put him with Torch, and they work together so well. And you, as a kid, you don't even realize it. But as you start growing up and you start learning about these characters and stuff, you realize the dichotomy between them and how polar opposite they are, but still they work so well together.
It was like the Odd Couple, almost. Truly the Odd Couple, which I always refer. My daughters are like that. They're twins, but they're fraternal, so they're not identical, but they're also personality-wise almost the polar opposites, right? They've definitely, I would say recently, I feel like they're both, because they're both turning into teenagers. So they are very similar in a lot of more ways now, but one is very neat, meticulous, and pays attention to details. The other one doesn't give a flying fuck about any of that. And and they're so on the farthest end of their spectrums with that it's like an endearing thing about them, like in the morning time, I get them ready for school, and my one daughter will be like, Sissy, it's 6:30 and we need to leave in 20 minutes, so you've got to get up. And meanwhile the other one's just sitting there like, I don't want to get up. It's like, I don't care if we're going to be late. So it's very interesting. So it works though. That's the thing, is that it works in that way for those two. Absolutely.
And it makes great literature and great television and great comedy. That's why Laurel and Hardy. That's why The Odd Couple. That's why the Three Stooges. I can sit here all night naming combinations.
Right. Yep.
Ricky and Desi. Ricky and Lucy. Desi and Lucy. There's so many.
Even Cobra Commander and Destro have a kind of a polar opposite view. It was very like in the Sunbow cartoon. Destro calls him like a peacock, right? And the Cobra Commander basically calls him like a hard ass, and that dynamic is what works for them. So I think that's pretty fucking great. So. Listen, I think we've just about reached the end of the road here. I can feel my voice. My voice is breaking up a little bit. So, let's just kind of recap about the book. I read some. I think it's amazing, and I cannot wait to sit down tomorrow. Especially right in the middle of the day there, I got a few hours, and I want to sit down and try to knock the rest of that out, because personally, I think I was saying before we came on, it takes roughly the first 5 pages for me to have a very good idea if I'm going to enjoy a book. Now, I've had the pleasure of being able to test that theory, right? By reading on past that and going a little further, and then being like, oh yeah, no, thank God I was right. I don't like this.
Sure, sometimes you're a slow burn.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But I've never been like, oh, I'm not gonna. I'm not. I've never been like, oh, I'm gonna like this book, and then didn't love it. Right, like that part. There maybe was some ones where I was like, I'm really not feeling this, but let's see what happens. Like sometimes page 10 can hit and something, and you're like, oh, okay, now we're moving in a different direction. That's why I generally try to read on. But I would say. The first 5 page test, it passes with flying colors. I think you're looking at the stories and telling them through the lens of somebody who appreciates it all in the way that we think it needs to be appreciated in order to properly tell the story, right? But on top of it, you happen to be an excellent writer, and I feel like it'd be. I really hope you find success with this book and it opens the doors to other things, because I would enjoy reading as much as I could from you. So I want everybody else to have that too, which is why I was glad we were able to kind of touch on it throughout the whole show, where we'd talk a little bit about it in the beginning, when there was a little couple more people here, but the replay gang will always come back through and they'll get to have an idea of you talking about it, me saying it, and we'll point as many people in that direction as we can, for sure.
Wow, so I appreciate it. Those are very kind words.
Yeah, no, of course. Kind. You're very welcome. It's a hard task, right? Because even though within our little community, we would all be supportive of whatever anybody was doing, right? We wouldn't want to tell them that it sucks. But if it was something that they were trying to push to have printed, to get out there, any of that kind of stuff, you have to be able to be speak critically to your friends and to the people that and you have to let them know. But as much as you have a responsibility to tell people the hard truth, sometimes you also have a responsibility that when they're doing something good, to let them know how good they're doing it, so they can continue moving in that direction, right? Mm-hmm. That kind of.
Look, I've lived in LA for 30 years. I've heard no more times than I've heard yes.
Right. No, for sure. I can imagine that. And listen, man, and it takes a special kind of person to trudge through what is in essence that kind of rejection, right? The human mind has a hard time seeing it as anything else. But if you gear, it's just like, it's one of those things where, like, if you're told no, you have to say to yourself, then this isn't what was supposed to happen, right? Like, as much as it sucks to be told no, to say something like that, at the same time, you have to be able to understand that everything happens exactly how it's supposed to. So when it happens, you just go, oh, okay, I have something better coming, right? You can always be like, I didn't wind up, making this deal with this person because when saying no, being told no there allowed me to look in this other place. And in this other place, I found something that was better for me. And like I tell people that with jobs all the time, like where especially nobody wants, like I've known tons of people that were comfortable in what they were doing. They lost their job. And you basically just have to say, okay, well, now the door is open to finding something better, right? Don't feel like the door is closed on something. The door is open to trying to get out somewhere else. So, but yeah, I hope that the door's open for you on this, because I think it's fantastic. What just out of curiosity, which one did you write first? Was it Dreadnoks Rising?
No, actually, I wrote Protocol G.I. Joe first, and I started writing Dreadnoks. So I started writing Dreadnoks Rising in October, and then October, November. Actually, I think back, September through October. I started writing Dreadnoks Rising. I went back and started watching Sons of Anarchy, the series.
Okay, nice.
And
nice.
I realized that it was very easy to do a very similar type of show with the Dreadnoks. Within the biker, I've always had an affinity for biker gangs and bikers and motorcycles and things like that. And I used that, and what I saw with the show is like, wait, this type of show could work, but with the Dreadnoks. And most people wouldn't even realize that they're watching a G.I. Joe show. They would think they're just watching another biker show. And so I started. So I used the elements that were there within what they had created with Sons of Anarchy and the Mayans
Ooh,
and that genre.
right,
To
right.
I used that as the baseline, and then I
Okay.
started using the dreadnoks, what the lore of Zartan and what DDP had created with dreadnoks disassembled, and what Larry Hama had created with the dreadnoks, and what the cartoon had created. So I used all that to put it together to put Dreadnoks Rising. So I started it with after Zartan's been, the Dreadnoks exist, but
Yeah.
Zartan's
Okay.
gone to prison. So this is right after Zartan gets out of prison, he is where it starts. So
Mm.
what I did was, and to pay a little homage to what Gus and Ross did with Cold Slither this past year, I
Mm.
had it starts out where Zartan shows up at this biker bar where Cold Slither is performing, and
Okay.
this person who's impersonating Zartan comes up to the bar after they finish their set where Zartan's there, and that's where the show starts. Where Zartan
Nice.
confronts the fake Zartan, or did who Torch, Ripper, and Buzzer had replaced him with.
No
And
shit.
that's where the show starts, is this confrontation between Zartan and who you find out the character's name is Gus, in homage of. So that's where I started it.
That's
and
fucking
and
great.
and then it takes a little bit of the I took some liberties with the DDP stuff with what
Sure.
Zartan's past, because
Okay.
I tweaked it a little bit to give it a little bit more higher stakes than, like, in DDP they had
Mm.
Zartan's father gets in, has this problem with gambling. So
Okay.
he has money issues with this loan shark, which causes problems, which leads to Zartan being separated from the family, and his parents being, quote unquote, killed,
Okay.
and the twins being taken away. I took some liberties with that, in a flashback where Zartan confronts his father, but that's where it really starts, and then it's him getting Ripper and Torch and Buzzer back, and then the first dreadnought they get back to the gang is Monkey Wrench, and then it
Mm.
goes into a little bit more of the story. Like, I don't want
Okay.
to tell you
Nice.
because you're going to read it, and
No, right, right, right.
you'll
No,
see
for
where it
sure.
goes. But I want to give
No,
you some back,
absolutely.
so
No, and
some history,
everybody,
and to where it originated from.
that's awesome because everybody that's watching this, I think that, what you just gave is a very good little, normally on a book, you can read like the inside of the sleeve there and you kind of gives you an idea. And I think that that's great. You do a great job selling it too. I think, you gave us very good stuff without necessarily revealing anything, right? It's a good way. It's like doing a good movie trailer where you can show people how good your movie is without showing them the best stuff, right? How many times have you heard somebody say, "Oh yeah, it was an okay movie, but we saw all the cool shit in the trailer,"
Right? Yeah. Look, hey, Star Wars: The Phantom Menace showing Darth Maul's double-sided lightsaber ruined
Yeah.
that movie. You know,
Right, right. Because
like I used to say on a podcast, with movies like Marvel or Avengers or Star Wars, you don't need to say anything or show anything. All you need to
right, right.
do is have the director sit there with the script, flipping it, and go, "Yeah, you're gonna love this,"
You're gonna love
and then
this.
close the script. That's the trailer to me. That's all you need,
Right,
and
right,
people are going to go
right.
see it.
Yes,
Matter of fact,
yes.
more people are going to be intrigued by that than they would if you showed them stuff.
Yeah, right, right. Agreed, agreed. I mean, well, so the thing is to me, I think that also revolves around like you can make a good horror movie with never showing the monster because when
The
you
best horror
just
movies are when you don't are the ones
when
that you
you
don't see the things.
right because you fill it in with what your own head is, right?
Completely.
I can't make a movie that's going to be horrifying to you anywhere near as well as you can make your own horrifying movie that's going to scare the shit out of you. You know, horror, especially with that kind of a regard. But it
That's the
works
one
in
thing
this
my
case
wife
too.
says to me. My wife says to me that because I write as if I'm writing a screenplay, I give a lot
Mm,
away. But when I'm writing something that's very um like horror, like something that's horror or something suspenseful, I try
right,
to pull
right.
back to allow the
Mm.
reader's imagination to run away with it.
For sure. I think that that's what reading for me was always in that way that I was building the world as I was reading the words, right? It was the visual that was in my head was oftentimes just like growing as you're reading it. And it's funny today, just kind of a side note on this. We were talking on the timeline that somebody was like they mentioned, they were like, yeah, what was it, like Lady J, like, oh, when I read the comics, I always hear Lady J's voice because she got that iconic voice. And then
Sure.
everybody was like, oh yeah, you know what? I didn't realize that. When I'm reading the comics, I'm hearing their cartoon voices. It was like, oh yeah, that's a perfect
And
marriage of the media.
with Cobra Commander, I originally had it in there where it drew out the S's and the things in the
Mm,
words,
mm,
and then I
yes.
realized I don't need that because everybody will automatically read it with his voice and his
Right.
inflection.
Right.
Whether it's Mark Hamill doing it or Jesus, I just lost the original actor's name, and I
Oh,
apologize.
for Cobra Commander, that was Peter Cullen.
Yes, yeah, I think
Uh,
so.
he did.
Um,
He did it. Him and Starscream. I think that's the same guy.
Correct.
Maybe.
You automatically read and hear those that voice.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
And the
you
thing
know,
is if you do it once, you then have to do it every time. Otherwise, you're almost noting that it happened this one time and not these other times. So you
right,
definitely your best bet is to just not do it at all, and we'll all hiss away for sure.
right, and that's what I did. And I put Cobra Commander hisses. Or something. So that way, or when he speaks, it sounds like a snake or something. I put that in there in the description, so that way you knew, but you would still know. You would know he's speaking. And he draws it out, and you would hear it.
Right.
And for the
Right.
fans, they would automatically hear it.
Yes.
I was very conscious of things like that, where I tried to make sure, like, there were times where, like with Major Blood, I was very distinctive of how I wrote his
Mm,
lines because he has that Australian accent that's very, his words are very muddied. So are
mm.
Zanyas are more muddied than Zanya's
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
or
Okay.
someone else's. Or
Thanks.
even torches or rippers, were more muddied than like buzzers. I
Mm.
put that in there with certain times with certain people. I did muddy the words, but I didn't with
Right.
others.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I think that that will translate for sure. Edward Gary, what's up, my brother? Thanks for stopping by. We're kind of on our way out the door, but I appreciate you coming in. Mav Flight 7599 says, "Where can you find these books?" We were just talking about that. It looks like stay tuned this week. I'm gonna
Go
have
to
our
my
man
go
run
to my
down. Yep.
Instagram, and I will put up links for the books that I have available right now. GI Joe, stay tuned. Go to Protocol GI Joe at on Instagram, or go to my Instagram, which is right there on my image. And I will keep you guys updated. I'm going to have either the book or a pre-order for the book up within the next week, 2 weeks maybe. So yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and go with it. Hopefully, I'll be
Yeah.
at Joe Fest,
Yeah.
and
Nah.
I
Yeah.
may
Same.
do, if I'm at Joe Fest, or if I can be at somebody's booth at Joe Fest, I may do a convention exclusive book that'll have a certain
Ooh.
cover. That'll have a different cover
Ooh.
than what's available.
That's
I will have
nice.
the image of the cover up on my Instagram later tonight. So if you want to see what the cover is, it'll be there.
Yes, yeah, okay, fuck yeah. And listen, if anybody that's here found me on came over here from say Facebook or Twitter, which I do post all this stuff too, I will share his stuff that he puts up on Instagram. I will put it in these other places on my Destro Designs and or Viper Den Studios accounts, and that way everybody will be able to see it too. So yeah, absolutely. Oh, we are corrected here. Our brother Snow Leopard says Chris Latta is the one
Thank
that
you.
did. Yes, Peter
Yes, he
Cullen was
did.
Optimus Prime. That's right. That's right.
Peter
That's
Cullen
right.
was Optimus Prime. Thank you so much. I completely brain farted.
Me too. Me too. I knew Peter Cullen did somebody important, and
It's
I
late,
thought
and I've had 3 glasses of rum, so you know.
right. But
I got
memory
to
will
stick with the
fail at this
dreadnought
point.
thing. I was going to do my full dreadnought outfit, you know, which is a top
Nice.
hat.
Oh,
I have my own character for dreadnoughts. You know,
oh,
it's
nice.
Enigma Rain.
That's
Oh yeah,
awesome.
Enigma Rain. You know, he's got a top hat that he wears, the biker
Nice.
vest. You know,
Okay.
he's actually a
Heck yeah.
triple agent, so he will actually work for GI Joe or for
Mm,
Cobra or the Dreadnoks, depending on who
okay.
pays in the month or pays in the most, or whichever is giving him the best opportunity. So
Nice.
yeah.
Nice. Very, and
Oh
that's
yeah, yeah. You got to
very.
create your own backstory.
For sure, for sure. I got to get a file card now. I have to have my brother Stevie Z is an incredibly creative person, and he sent me this care package that had a bunch of stuff. I think it's all the way over there, but he made a whole file card for me. It was he does these like miniature characters of the guys, and he put it on a card art. It was very cool, and on the back it had a whole file card. So we could, I mean, I could put you guys together, and he could literally he made this thing and sent it to me. It's this fucking big, and it looks exactly like the good quality classified retro card. It's thick
Nice.
like it. I was like, I had to ask him. I was like, brother, I don't want to insult you because I think you're capable of great things. Did you make this thing? I was like, I know you designed everything that's on it, but did you have it printed? And he was like, no, I took this and that and sealed it and did the thing. And I was like, what? Because it literally looked like it was a mass produced from like a machine. You know what I mean? Not like a dude that
Yeah.
did it. He's very creative. He's one of my favorite dial makers, if not my favorite dial maker. He does in
Nice.
really, really good shit. Yeah. So anyway, I think that would be. I think your character deserves its own card art and file card, right? I think that would be.
Hey, I'm
I
already
think that
working
would be
on the
pretty sweet.
figure. I have a monkey wrench body with the extra Buddha head, you know, the Buddha head that has
Right.
the goatee
Right.
and the long hair. You know, so
Yep.
I'm already
Yep.
putting it together. I'm
Nice.
trying. I've got a 3D print of the top hat that you know, so it can match my top hat that I made for my dreadnought costume. You know,
Okay.
so yeah, so yeah. If I'm at Joe Fest, you know, I will be in my biker vest with my top hat. I'll be totally dread knocked out. So yeah,
Awesome.
I was going to do
Awesome.
it tonight, but you know, I thought I'd save it for when we launch the book, and you know, if
Well,
I come back
how
on.
How about this? I was just going to say, maybe what we can do is if you're going to put it out this week, maybe I know Wednesday, Thursday, you know what? We'll talk offline,
Let's
but
talk.
somewhere maybe even like Wednesday or Thursday, like when the book is officially like out and available for purchase, we could do a short little something, you know, to just talk about it, put it out there. We could go live like this. We maybe do it a little bit earlier, but you know, something along those lines. I think it's worth talking about if you're interested for
Sounds
sure.
good. That way I can get my hair dyed, and we'll do the whole thing.
Nice. No, for real. I
Yeah.
mean, if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it right. Right.
Right.
100%.
We'll do the whole thing.
I couldn't agree more. Well, listen, why don't you give us all the socials one more time?
So you can reach me at rain. It's r.a.rayne. That's at Gmail, or that's at excuse me. It's at Instagram and on Facebook. You can also reach me there, or you can go to Protocol GI Joe, no spaces, no dots. And that's where I put up everything that's exclusive to the book. So there's pictures of the figures that I've done. There's
Nice.
some other little things I put up there. I haven't put up much lately because I've been so busy working on some other projects. But
Yep.
I'll put up some more stuff. I'll put up those are the 2 places where I will definitely put up the link for the book first.
Nice. Awesome.
And
Awesome.
and I'm thinking, I'm still working on if I'm going to do an exclusive cover that's just for my web page that I'm going to build, which is rain.Com. No spaces,
Nice.
No dots. I may put up one there that would also be the exclusive for the Joe Fest.
I think that's a really good idea. I know as collectors, a lot of us really enjoy stuff like that. You know, I know as one member of our community, Commander Unicron, he like the variant stuff. He's like all over it and he loves it. So for sure, I think that's very cool. And it's just another way to promote your book where like, oh, hey, you know, we've got this special one over here if you want to get this. And I think that kind of variety and offering that is fucking awesome. That's a great call. Very good.
And I will put up pictures within the next day or two of the cover and the inside flaps and everything, because there's Easter eggs. Like I said, I love Easter eggs on the covers. Right. So there's little things on the cover that are Easter eggs within the book. Bless you.
Fantastic. No, thank you. I was actually a little bit of a cough. Everybody's been sick in this house for like the past 2 weeks, and I've been working my ass off. And I was like, any day now, it's gonna happen. And that might have been that little cough when you first feel it, and you're like, oh shit. So I'm gonna go upstairs and take a bunch of. I use Zycam. I don't know if you've ever seen it. You crack it open, and there's like a wet nose swab, and you wipe it all on the inside. It's like some zinc that goes right to your immune system. So I'll be throwing down on that a little bit. Well, so everybody, you know where you can find me Saturday night live here at Viper Den Studios, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Watch me most Mondays. I'm with my brother Mark over on his awesome channel, Destro is My Spirit Animal. You know what? I haven't heard from this week. I'm not sure. I know he's separating figures and vehicles now because when we did 1984, it was a lot. So it was a lot. It was a lot. So he separated those
the other day on Instagram, and I haven't heard back. So I figure he's busy.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, he's a very busy man, but he produces a lot of content, right? Like there's a lot of shit that comes out of there, and it's very well produced. And I'm happy he gets. It's another guy happy he gets the success that he has because it's very well deserved. Like his product is quality shit. That was, like I said, him and the Full Force were the two shows that I finally found, and I was like, oh. Well, Jeremy pointed me in that direction. I was like, "Oh, thank God!" I thought that these three other horrible people that had these shitty ass podcasts that were talking about toys. I was like, "This can't be it." So thankfully,
and I appreciate everything that you've. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But I appreciate everything you've hooked me up with. Everything so far, that everything I've gone to. It's been amazing. Nice. Serpentor's Lair is phenomenal. I love going there. I love reading the different not just your stuff, the other stuff that's on there too, and within the other genres. Because I'm not just a GI Joe fan. I'm Star Wars. I started as a Star Wars fan, but I'm Marvel, Star Wars, GI Joes, DC, Star Trek. I don't discriminate. I love it all.
Yes, definitely. And you will be enjoying TV Cobra. Those guys are amazing. They're guys and girls. Anchor Viper, Tex Thompson, they're great. You can obviously find them on the socials, but they're only on Twitter. And then I think they have the webpage. Yeah, I'll get you links. I'll set you up with something.
I have that Twitter, way, but I'm barely ever on there. I've been a TikTok that I don't think I've been on since my daughter kind of set it up.
Oh, dude, I had a Destro Designs, and it somehow logged me out of that and logged me into Destro Designs 8. And when I wasn't putting anything on there, so I didn't notice for like months until one day I was like, I hit the home page and none of my videos were there because I had put up some of my tool review, whatever things. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I never sent an email. I think I'm going to reach out to see if I can get it back just for the sake of having it. You know what I mean?
See how old we're getting now? When you're starting to look at I built most of my career on doing technology stuff. And now I'm looking at it going, wait, I have to get my daughter to help me with this? What the hell? No, I'm not going to do it. I have to have my daughter to help me.
Right. What is this shit? What is this? 100%. I can't agree more. Dreadnought E says, I just made my first Instagram just for this book. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Wow, that's fucking awesome.
I will definitely talk to you soon about it. I thank you, Dreadnought E.
That's awesome.
That's
Call
awesome.
Sign Smash says, really excited to get my hands on this book, man. Excited to have some new G.I. Joe content. Well, good. Yeah, it's that, and everybody, this excitement is warranted. Everybody should be as excited. I mean, as it should be as excited as I am to sit down and finish the book tomorrow for sure.
Honestly, guys,
but
let me tell you, I love going back and rereading this as a G.I. Joe fan. And I'm not
that's
saying
great.
it because I wrote it. I just, it's, for me, it's a fun story, not only to have created, but to read and to be a part of. If that makes
Nice.
I hope that doesn't sound too
No,
self-absorbed or
no.
indulging.
Well, dude, because us as GI Joe fans, we are starved for this. You know what I mean? Like we've been looking for a good GI Joe story that's something that takes it seriously, but is still also very true to the lore of what these figures and characters are.
And it
It's
shows my love for Hasbro in general. Not just
right,
GI Joe,
right.
the rest of Hasbro.
Agree.
Look,
Yes, definitely.
I found a way to get Power Rangers into this, for God's
yes,
sakes.
I know.
And I'm not a Power Rangers fan. I've never cared about the Power Rangers, but I found a way.
But there it is, and the same thing with Gem. I mean, I think that is I particularly feel like weaving that in really can bring in the female fans in a way. And a lot of people who would like to watch a Gem cartoon. I think in general, I think there's a merging to be had there. I think you're looking at it.
I'm not done with Gem. I'm not done with Gem because the Misfits fit perfectly within the Dreadnoks.
Oh yes! Oh my God! Don't they? Jesus Christ! Yeah, dude. And that's what I mean. This GI Joe universe is so nuts.
Colt Slither and the Misfits on tour. And by the way, it's not Misfits as if the band and the Misfits, the real band.
Right. Oh yeah. No, it's the character band.
So I've come up with a new name for him. It's the Misfits. MISS FITZ.
Nice. That's fantastic,
women,
dude.
Right? So they're the Misfits.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome.
And that doesn't infringe on any copyrights.
That makes it even better. Dude, just again another fact, a stack of facts here that have everybody excited for this. I may have missed it yet, but do you have a release date? Yes, this week. Call Sign Smash. Just pay attention to them socials, and we'll have news about that. And then, like I said, I'd like to try to work something out where maybe I can get our brother here back on for just even if we just hop on for a minute to say, hey, it's official, and we can just chit chat for a minute or something. So we'll be working that out.
G.I. Joe. So anytime you want me back, we can talk about it. We don't even have to discuss my books or anything. We can just talk G.I. Joe.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, hey, dude, I mean, the books are fantastic, and so as far as I'm concerned, I think it's definitely worth revisiting and making sure, again, letting everybody know that it's out there, because even if we just did a short video on it where we talked about that, maybe some other GI Joe news, and we throw it out there, and then everybody gets the notification. I got a lot of people that if they got the notification on, now they see that, and then let me go to the Instagram and I'll find that link, and then there's the link. Because I think I could put the link up. Yeah, I could put the link up in the chat as well, and then people would be able to get it right from there. So, hell yeah, that's great.
So sit together and get my my site up and everything, so everybody can go to that. I know when I did have it up, I had the first chapter of GI Joe up there so people could read it, and I'll have that up again. And
nice. That's awesome.
If I can figure out how to put the first chapter up on Instagram, I'll put that up this week too.
Oh, there you go. I think that's a great idea. Yeah, that's great. So listen, everybody, thank you so much. We did a 4-hour and 14-minute show. So thank you for sticking with us. I appreciate it. I truly have the best brothers that come and they watch here. Rich, I greatly appreciate you coming through and spending this time.
Thank you for having me.
No, for sure. I'm greatly, like I said, I was very much taken by the book right off the rip, so I can't wait to sit down tomorrow and finish it. And then we're definitely going to work something out. You're going to come back on, and then we'll talk about it again. Make sure we'll get a nice little release day or something along those lines. Because that would be fun to. I can think of a couple things right off the top of my head. We'll promote it and we'll do it right. So yes,
definitely.
everybody.
We'll get a hard release date for everybody too. So yes,
definitely. Yep. Sounds good. So thank you again, everybody, for coming through. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your weekends. Paul Morales, thank you so much. Dreadnoughty, call sign Smash, Edward Gary, who just showed up. I'm sorry, my apologies that we're edited out. And Snow Leopard, I'm sure he's probably still around if I'm just scrolling back real quick. But thank you. Happy Plague Doctor, of course, Ron to the Hills. Everybody that's been in the chat tonight, we really, really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of that weekend, and we'll see you on the Twitter, Instagram, Facebook streets. Thanks, y'all.
rock on.